Well, hello, Chad. Hello. And thank you, Karasaki, for the sub. What's going on? Oh, well, I've been off for the past 2 days, took my 2 days off so I could rest up for this. Which means, Dead Island 2 is unfinished, but we'll get back to that one. Don't worry for those of you looking forward to that. But we have a Star Wars game to play tonight. Late and gay. Are you saying I'm late and gay? I am neither of those things. I was on time, and I'm still straight. But how's everybody been? You guys relaxed? Oh, hi, Dot. Welcome to stream. Welcome to stream. Why are you welcoming me to my own stream? I'm literally the first person here. Guessing you're on PS5? Was your guess, influenced by the PS5 homepage you see before you? Where it clearly says PS5 Star Wars Jedi Survivor. I only mean the kid because the obvious is in front of you. But yeah, I decided to get the PS5 version because I heard that PC version wasn't doing too well. Apparently it runs like crap, even on like 4090s even. And me being a lowly 4080 user, I figured if a 4090 has trouble keeping 60 frames per second, I'd had no chance. Protein shakes are a pathway to many abilities. Some Megans. You say that joke, but I've been seeing a lot of AI related stuff. You know how people doing the AI Balenciaga? I recently started seeing people do the same thing, only with like gym workouts. So it's like, here, let's take a bunch of popular characters and use AI to make swole versions of them. I haven't seen one for Star Wars yet, but I saw a lot of Harry Potter swole AI creations. Would not surprise me though if someone did it with Star Wars. Hey, Mr. Win, how you doing? Think you will maybe like Postal 4? I'm just letting you know that one part of the game I don't think you will like. I mean, to be perfectly honest, none of the Postal games ever looked that great to me. Gameplay wise, that is, they always looked a little bland. And I don't know. I don't know if that's really my type of humor either. What they go for, like, crack addicts have been pissing on people. I don't know. Maybe it get a cheap thrill out of me. We all know Dart's weak eyes can't handle anything below 59 per second. I mean, are you really? Well, tell me, when you make that joke, why do you belittle yourself? Because that's what you're doing. You're just literally saying, I am willing to accept a subpar experience. Yes, I do not mind when the waiter spits in my food. It adds to the flavor. I don't mind if I get my glass from the waiter and there's like fingerprints all over it from where it's like not been washed. Perfectly fine with it. That's what it is when you say, it's 30 frames per second, it's fine. No. You must demand better. Have you given up on Zone? No. I'm still gonna be finishing that. There's probably 1 to 2 streams of it left, but this came out today and I want to play it. So like, we'll get back to like zombie game when after we finish it. Grease Prince, I've had that happen before. Had like a glass of lemonade, sit down in front of me. I could see the fingerprints of the last person who'd used it all over it. I was like, I'm not touching that. I am actually a very good diner. Like, I always try to be as courteous as possible, but I was like, hey, whoa. This glass ain't working, Bo. This glass ain't gonna work. I can see the remnants of the last person on it. Hope you know I'm joking, Dart. Of course I'd want a Bloodborne with 60 frames per second. Well, I mean, I figure you do, but some people have been persistent about that. Like, you know what? No, it's fine, Dart. You're just being a perfectionist. Hopefully I don't jinx it by making fun of you. Now you've ruined it. So anyways, about that announcing like next week. Now they've heard like, oh well, this guy still says he's going with it. As long as it's not unanimous, we don't have to worry about it. But chat, hope you've all been well. Wow, that's a very large car driving past me. Yes, I'm playing this while I drive, chat. I'm streaming and driving and playing games all at once. The joys of living next to a highway. But yeah, other than the technical issues with this game, I heard it was pretty good though. So I'm assuming the PS5 version is like the best way to play it right now. That's usually how it works out when you have a bad port. No PC version, you wanted to see it run on 720p. We have someone with clear taste in chat. Next time you get a water at a restaurant, ask them to put a slice of cucumber in it. It's super good. I always usually ask for lemonade when I go to a restaurant. Lemonade or tea? I don't know. I'm not a fan of cucumber smell. I mean, it's just gonna be water plus a dash of cucumber. I don't see how that's gonna be super good. Our assignment was like, talk about someone you met online and describe him. I started talking about you, finally. He asked, what's this respectful man's name? I told him that Dartigan, that his name, said, what? That his name, he said, what are lying? Is this a robot name? I told him, nah, he's real, and was like, I wasn't born yesterday. So if someone didn't believe you that I exist? Has this man never once been on the internet and saw that people use handles and names that aren't exactly the names people name their kids? Not same, but you'd be surprised. Also, howdy for Redneck Ninja Yeehaw. Redneck Ninja Yeehaw. There we go. How you doing? Yeehaw, senpai. Oh god, I wish I had not just birthed that sentence into the world. Yeehaw there, senpai. No, put it back in the bottle. No, no one's allowed to use that. I ban it. No hardcore country hick accent that also throws in weeb words. Dajobu senpai. Dajobu desu ka senpai. No, it's wrong. It's dirty. I forbid it. It's too cringe. It's too powerful. American exchange student, yeah, from like Alabama to Tokyo. Well, you were getting Postal 4 and Deadly Premonition for free, and I put another game in your pack. I mean, you don't have to send me everything, man. But I thank you for them. I can't promise I'll play Postal 4, but I might check it out eventually. Hello, what's up, Zarashid? Zarash? Can I just call you Sean? That Zara, the first part of it really throws me. It's like Zarashid. King of the Hill anime. Actually, King of the Hill is incredibly popular in Japan. And there's actually arguments in Japan over sub or dub of King of the Hill. I'm not even joking. That's a real thing. For some reason, that is enormously popular in Japan. You'd be surprised at what American cartoons become popular in Japan. I hear Ed, Edd and Eddy was also really popular. So much, like, if you actually look at the Ed, Edd and Eddy, like, Japanese dub, it is incredibly how well done it is. It's like, it sounds exactly, it doesn't even feel weird like you're, it's like perfectly cast, because it still sounds exactly the same as like the American version, only they're speaking Japanese. It's beautiful. Everything's beautiful. Auto-grammatically correct doesn't help. I understand. I can barely speak too. No worries. What's up, Dinty? How you doing? People forget how influential American media is on Jabba. Yeah, I mean, Disney is what influenced all of it, right? With like the style and look of it. Like old school Disney. You're also seeing a lot more CG in Japanese anime too, which I'm assuming is like, you know what? Those gaijin are or something. This is a lot easier than drawing every single damn frame. Maybe we should see if we can. There's a lot of pushback against that though. Could be better. My dad died. Oh Jesus, fuck. I'm sorry. I've been there, man. I've lost my dad before. Well, before, like it happened more than once. I lost my dad, about 10 years ago. In a very traumatic experience too, that I've talked about before on chat. Hopefully your dad, went out peacefully, surrounded by all of his loved ones. And you got good memories of him. Also, Argent Skies, thank you for the 29 months. You're playing even with the performance issues? Well, I'm playing it on PS5. I'm assuming this will be where I get a better experience. I would have played on PC, but yeah, I'd probably have to wait like a week or two for patches. Wow, you're playing my favorite slideshow. Well, chat, don't jinx it. We're hoping for the best with the PS5 version, alright? Because I can't return it. Unlike a PC version. 29 months, it's been a while since I was able to catch a stream, but I'm glad to be well, I'm glad you're back, man. What have you been up to? I'm assuming you've been productive. Life-changing stuff going on. And going into that stuff, yeah, you don't have to like share anything, but I feel for you. It's something that it's a pain everyone comes to learn. I think, well, unless you like die before your parents, which then it's different type of pain for them. But hey, I wish you the best. PC version sucks. It is a very bad port and does not run very well. Currently, it's also apparently DRM'd out the ass. Whether that's causing the performance issues is unknown, but it does not run well on even like high-end GPUs. Hey, Base, how you doing? Badly, yeah. So I'm gonna. The PS5 version is the best way to play it right now, but even it apparently doesn't run it perfectly. Moved to England, so now all streams are around 1 a.m. and work schedules aren't the best. Yeah, I can understand why you haven't been here very often. Hey, but don't let, make sure you get your sleep though. The VODs are always there if you want to check up on them. If I'm playing something you're particularly interested in. Doesn't run well on PS5 either, Why have we suddenly started getting so many shitty ports of games again recently? I thought we had that fixed up, and like, for a good couple of years there, we got good quality stuff that usually ran, pretty well. Now we're suddenly back to like the 2000s when it comes to like every game that gets released. Runs at 50 frames per second in a NASA supercomputer, huh? An excuse to refresh myself on the first game. I lived this sometime half dead going to work afterwards, yeah. Maybe I should like do 2 streams sometimes, like one earlier in the day for the Euros to make them happy. We did a new emote, cow wearing a cowboy hat. Yeehaw, senpai. You really like that joke, don't you? Yeehaw, senpai. Get along, senpai. That's the worst southern accent I've ever done, too. I don't know about you guys. Maybe you guys think it sounds authentic, but when I do a southern accent, it sounds fake as hell to me because I hear the real thing all the time. So when I try to put one on, it's like, wow, that sounds terrible. Maybe you guys are like, wow, he can really pull that out when he wants to. It's like a magic trick. Alright, there's all my announcements then. Speaking of VODs, I do have to say I watch your honestly from time to time. I was watching the old streams and someone asked you, how did you do for Valentine's Day? Your response, was it just me being silent? It's like, I'm from the South, so no, it's not like that. Obviously, yeah, I don't hear, not everyone around me has a Southern accent. I've said before, a lot of people around me sound very similar to me, especially people from the same age group and later. But older generations do have, from whichever region you're from, will have a specific, sounding accent. That I do hear that usually anytime I go out. You're excited for this game? Just make sure you don't get the PC version, or at least you wait a couple weeks, because it apparently is very bad right now. Though apparently the game itself is pretty good if you can get past all the technical issues. Are you Gulf Southern or Mountain Southern? Good question that I can't answer without potentially, narrowing down where I live. I don't have a Southern accent either, but a lot of my family does. Some people, like my direct family, like my family, my mom, dad, and brothers, they didn't really have a Southern accent, but a lot of people on my dad's side of the family do. Like my cousin, I got a cousin named Kimberly, called Kimmy. She has a very thick hick accent, mainly because her mom had a very thick hick accent. But one of my other cousins doesn't. And he was, ironically, was the biggest Star Wars nerd I knew. I haven't seen him in years, though. I don't even know what happened. I can't even find him on social media anymore. I think he died. I don't know. He could have. I wouldn't even know about it. Release it now, patch it later, fuck the customers. Most publishers. Unfortunately, I wish I could say, no, but no, that's pretty accurate. Don't hear as many full Southern accents in the Gulf South, more specifically around Biloxi, Mississippi? Biloxi, yeah. Like I said, I feel like a lot of Southern people realize, hey, this accent ain't helping us out any. Let's ditch it and just come up with something else. We're speaking a way that they won't catch on. We can stealth among them now. That's right, chat, we're sus. I don't have a Southern accent, but I do have a word I say. I mean, there are always words, like me, there are certain words or certain scenarios that'll get a little bit of a twinge in there every once in a while. So you can hear it if you listen close. On my journey to make you Sin Persona, well, you just gotta save up for about 10 million, points. That's the journey. Had basic and tech school there, nice place except for the beach. Here, Carrie Fisher is getting a star on the Walk of Fame on Star Wars Day. I haven't because I rarely pay attention to like, celebrity, news. Good for her. Should have happened while she was still alive though. In fact, I'm kind of surprised she hasn't had one before now. What was the delay for? Because I'm pretty sure both Harrison Ford and Luke Skywalker have their stars. You're in the media tab. I know, because as soon as I actually tried to like get the game to its menu, but it started playing a video. It's like, oh shit. So I backed out because I didn't want Chad to miss it, and also didn't want to go unrecorded. You have to pay for those stars, so a lot of people. Yeah, I actually heard about that. I don't know how much. I think it costs. I forget how much it was. But I'm assuming you also just nobody. You have to at least have some movie credits. But yeah, there's yeah. Do you have to like pay to keep it maintained as well? Like, oh no, that's my star. I gotta have someone come clean it. What kind of content do I consume? Well, I like the way you put that. What kind of content do you consume? Told you don't really go to the movies. I mean, when I want to, I do, but mainly it's like online content. Like, I'm a content creator, so I often watch the same line of stuff that I create. So a lot of the stuff I watch is made by just your average, person out there. Video is a recap of Fallen Order. Oh, is that what it was? I saw it playing. I didn't even listen. I just quickly hit the menu button to get back into this. Like, I didn't want to, like, hold up. Got T-burps coming out. Didn't want to, like, possibly, like, start that before the stream was even begun. Chad, Chad, I've discovered a love of baked sweet potatoes with sour cream. Why is it so fucking good? I don't even know. I was like, why have I never tried this before? I've had baked potatoes before, and they're alright. But baked sweet potatoes? With butter and sour cream? It's like, god damn. I had like 2 of those today. YouTube replaced Hollywood? For me, it did. For me, it certainly did. Was never able to like sweet potatoes. I've only ever liked them for like french fries before. I never tried just baking a sweet potatoes. Like I did it like the other day. I was like, wow, this is fucking good. Then I was like, what if I try this with butter and sour cream? It's like, oh god. Oh. I have a Meh account, but you will see if you do come with us. Emmy, what's a Meh account? Sweet potatoes are my favorite food. Take it you heard the PC port was really bad? Yep, that's why I'm on the PS5 version. Otherwise, yeah, I'll be playing that. Damn, bro, that's great and all, but where the fuck is Space Marine 2? Is that directed toward me? I can't tell because it's just a highlighted message. With all those eyes, you can't see how delicious they are. Story is better than the last one so far, and I really like that one story. It was alright. It managed to do what it needed to do. Green beans. Okay, when it comes to beans, the only kind of beans I usually like are garbanzo beans. And that's mainly because I can air fry them and make them almost like a replacement for potato chips. They're like crunchy on the outside. Like, good. Alright, I think I'm ready to begin. Let me switch over my monitor real quick. Alright. Okay, when you play the Tears of the Kingdom, I have the feeling you're going to get a lot of backseating. I mean, it'll probably come down to like, hey, you could build this with this, but that's expected. I'm pretty all... Thing is, I can always ignore backseating pretty well. I'm not one of those streamers that gets super pissed off about it. If I ask for help, it's fine. If someone like offers it, I'll just ignore them. I don't want it. So that's what it is. I don't like lose my fucking shit over like, how dare you, chat? How dare you? Unless they're like spoiling stuff. It's the only time I'm like, hey, knock it off. I always see that from streamers like, chat, fucking backseating assholes. And I was like, why? Alright, just ignore him. People need my level of chill, chat. They need capybara level chill in the human form. Are we looking at Peter Pan? What the fuck? Alright, let me start my recording. Have you ever played Zelda game on your stream? I played Breath of the Wild for the first day I had it. But since I wasn't planning to... I was working my regular job back then, so I couldn't stream it, just for fun. I really only streamed stuff that I was making videos on then, because I could stream for like a couple days, then I had to stop to work on it. So I just streamed like the first day of it, and then I played it all on my own. Alright, here we go. Only time backseating really bugs me is when people backseat a game I played front to back, and okay, I could see that definitely be annoying. All right, gaming is only ginger hero. Let's go. Well,
this is no
maybe is he like the only male ginger?
But a devotee
there aren't that many.
Of the treasonous Jedi Order.
No!
Look at this, a lightsaber.
Previously on Star Wars Survivor.
I was alone for a long time.
The name of this game makes me think of that old reality TV show, where it's like, oh, like put a bunch of annoying people on an island.
Hey, BD1. I'm Cal.
It gives you hope. I've been playing all day, and the biggest problem I've had is popping. That I can live with.
Marin, right?
I've spent years.
Can't imagine Dart working an everyday job. That's what I've only been doing this full time for like what, 4 years now.
Night Sisters and Jedi do not travel together, but survivors, we adapt.
The fate of the Jedi
So thank you, nurses, for the 26 months. It's still April for the few more days, but you may want to use your free Prime sub on your boy Dartigan. Hear that, chat? You got any of those Prime subs in your back pocket? Now may be the time.
Every Jedi faces
Use the Schwartz. You know, it's sad we never got like a new Spaceballs. I heard that was going to be a thing. There was going to be a Spaceball 2, but it never happened.
She'll sell you out too.
I mean, it's super easy to make fun of Star Wars now. They can make such a good Spaceball movie. Why has that not happened? Like, everyone dunks on Star Wars anymore.
Such hatred.
Is this meant to have the 60 frames per second? Well, I'm playing on performance mode where it says, yeah, 60 frames per second. But whether we get it or not, that's up to fate or the Force.
Always survive in those who continue to fight.
You know why Disney? I mean, parody is like allowed. Spaceballs is already like a thing.
And your sacrifice.
By
Like,
the right
Disney
of the
can't sue
Council,
someone for making fun of them
Cal Kestis.
when it comes to like parody movies.
Rise, Jedi Knight.
Remember, trust only in the Force.
I mean, look at all the Matrix parody scenes you saw there for after the Matrix came out.
So where to now?
I think the only thing George Lucas like banned them from doing when they made Spaceballs is they couldn't sell merchandise, and that was it. You know, there's an option to remove spiders for people that are that's been showing up in more games. I mean, is spiders the only thing that I think it's only been spiders though? I haven't seen any other options. Like, would you like to remove all clowns from this game? I guess they don't appear that often. Motion. Oh, okay. A motion blur off. I'm glad they give me the option of that on console. Film grain, chromatic aberration off. We'll leave film grain on. Slow mode toggles slow motion. Okay. Arachnophobia safe mode. You're right. Human dismemberment on. Enables human enemies to be dismembered in gameplay. So what does it turn the spider into? Oh, okay. This is okay. Maybe I can make the subtitles work. I can leave them on if it lets me adjust it. Let me tell you where they're a little too high up, I feel. Sound effect captions, subtitle directional indicator, dialogue. Okay, they're a little too high up for my liking. But we'll turn them off, sorry. Where is Space Russian Girl? I think she's in your parties now. I'm more interested in that lady who looks like her eyes are being sucked out of her head. Alright, chat. Are we ready? I'm ready. You ready? I'm ready. Viper, eh? Hey, thank you, Viper, for the 15 months, man. Hi, hello. You seem nice. You know, also speaking of Star Wars, someone made a VR mod for that Jedi Academy 2 game. That looks pretty good. I was thinking of maybe playing that at some point.
We seek a dangerous fugitive. This is no common anarchist. but a devotee of the treasonous Jedi Order.
I mean, we all still know this character has to die at some point, right?
Look at
Based on the
this,
the story
a
canon.
lightsaber.
At some point in one of these
I
games,
was
he's got to
alone
croak.
for a long time. I was scared that they'd find out who I was or what I was.
Did you hit the
You're
recap
not
video
alone.
again? I don't think I did.
Not anymore.
It's a second recap.
Hey, BD1. I'm Cal.
I started the recap again? Oh shit.
Get your lasers off my lunch!
I guess it's
No, this
about
is
time I
different.
find out who
Or
I
is
am.
it? I don't know. It doesn't let me skip it now.
Marilyn, right?
Could just retire. You
I
don't
spent
retire from being a
years waiting for a
Jedi.
chance to avenge
Especially
my
during the
sisters.
middle of the galactic war
know
that
what
you'll
it's like to
with
lose
the rebels
everything.
and everything. He would have been a
Night
part of that.
sisters and Jedi do not travel together, but survivors. We adapt.
The fate
This takes place
of
before the original. It takes place before the original trilogy. Yes. I did that too.
Life
There
has
is
this
no
funny
second
way of
recap.
forcing
You
you on
just
the
start
path
a new
forward.
journey. Yeah, okay.
Execute Order 66.
Like I said, it doesn't let me skip anything right now.
Every Jedi faces the dark side.
Which character from the lore do you think is going to appear in this game? I mean,
She'll sell you out
I suppose Darth Maul,
I'm stronger now
Yoda.
because of the pain.
Probably not in this game though. I think they want to like. Well, they already had Vader. I don't know. What lore? We're talking about the new lore, the old lore.
Failure's not the end.
They could probably get away with using
Necessary
Lando
part of
Calrissian maybe.
Hope will always survive in those who continue
Because not to
to
die, I
fight.
mean Ahsoka is still alive and she was Anakin's. No, but come
I will
on.
honor your teaching and your sacrifice.
Come on,
By the right
come with a
of the
good
Council,
explanation for why this guy
Count
wasn't involved
Kestis.
with like the
Rise,
rebellion,
Jedi
considering
Knight.
what he's he wants to do.
Remember, trust only in the Force.
And then why he wasn't involved with anything afterward.
So where to now?
Glad he got a goth girlfriend though. Nice choice. Okay, yeah, I actually went to Jedi Fallen Order story when I should have went to Start New Journey. Alright. Understandable. Everyone makes that mistake. Players who want an adventure with some combat challenges. This game's still sort of like Dark Souls like it was the first time. Oh, shit. We'll go with Jedi Knight. Force interaction hints. Display on-screen button prompts that indicate which force ability is required for environmental puzzles. Can be turned on and off any time. Navigation hints. Extra navigation beacon for puzzles and main objectives. Conversely, press X skips ahead to the next line of dialogue. It does not affect cinematics. I accidentally set off the multiple sticks of dynamite I keep on my closet when I'm swinging my lightsaber around. How are you alive then? Also, who uses dynamite anymore? That's like a boomer explosive. I think I just invented a new term, by the way. Boomer explosives. You know, the old sticks of dynamite. Do I have VRR enabled? There are some friends. This is on the PS5 version, so whatever is enabled is enabled. Oh, we've been captured already. Brought to Coruscant. Gen Z uses mailbox pipe bombs. I thought, I always thought it's pipe bombs. That's like a Gen X explosive. Due to like the Unabomber and shit. Though he was a boomer, I think. But his time of use, well, a lot of it was Gen X time period. I think millennial explosives would be like M80s. I remember it was like, I never got to use an M80, but I remember always hearing like those are illegal to blow your hands off. The Jedi. I like how they just straight up put Nazi looking banners on it because, well, Star Wars ain't exactly tactful. Gen Z uses IEDs, nothing too formal. Hard to find an apartment in Coruscant, do you think it is? At least find a good one. You don't want to find one next to, like, the service, right? Where's his poncho? I don't think he wears it in this game. Like, he only wore the poncho in the original game, so you could, like, find and, like, you know, equip different ones. Which city would you live on if this were on the Blade Runner city? Which city? I mean, I don't even know what the Blade Runner city is called. This is LA, right? I'd rather be in one of those off-world colonies, man. This game is making me weirdly want to go back and play that PS1 Phantom Menace game that I like so much, even though it's crap. Just because I know it'd make for a good stream. Canon population of 3 trillion. Where they grow all their food, though. You like that game? Yeah, it's weird. I played as a kid, and I played it multiple times because I had nothing else to play. But it's so weird. It's like you play as a Jedi, but you can just go on a murder spree of every Gungan and child in like Tatooine if you want. And it's like it actually is like, yeah, fine, be my guest. Don't get me wrong, I realize it's not a great game, but I loved it.
Sarah's on lockdown. State your business.
Jean.
Believe the rumors. A Jedi. We brought him in alive.
The Senator is expecting us.
I'm assuming these are probably, you know, these are gonna be my teammates in suits.
Senator waiting?
Like, yeah, we fooled them.
Yeah. Wish you died like the rest of your kind, traitor.
Or they're bounty hunters, maybe? I don't know.
So, where's the handoff?
Doc, this kind of deal is best done in the shadows.
Sure.
What if I walk the other way? Alright, we're getting 60 frames per second here.
That's right.
Sidestepping inquisitors, one-upping.
Is this still using this, you know, the source engine that this developer always uses? Or did they switch to Unreal?
This district is locked down. Senator's orders.
This way. We're taking a detour.
When does Hugo Strange show up in the terror? Fallen Order in this game use Unreal 4? Oh, so they didn't use Source for that.
Like rats in a maze. I don't like it.
Stick with the plan. We'll be fine.
As long as I get paid.
Taking a detour, gotta show all those graphical capabilities. I mean, this is, you know, there's nothing wrong with it. It works fine. Oh, is that Dexter's? Oh, no, it's not 50s themed. Like, yeah, that was such a... I'm not a fan of Star Wars, but I do remember when I saw the Dexter's theme. I was like, why is there a fucking alien running like a 1950s Americana diner? And why does he know all this shit about the old secret, the old cloning facilities?
Not according to the propaganda.
Pipe down, prisoner.
Dexter was like, that's some good writing. Good job, Lucas. That guy has, like, what looks to be like a Thanos chin going on a bit.
Good thing he's making an exception for us. Well, we've got something that'll bring him favor with the Emperor.
Because the PT takes place in the 1800s, it's actually ahead of its time. Oh, I see. I was always told it was a galaxy far, far away a long, long time ago. Didn't know a long, long time ago meant just the, you know, the 1800s. Why is Dexter single? I know he runs his own business, right?
Attention. Level 2046 is now under curfew by order of Senator Sajon. Clear the streets and shelter in place until further notice. Security patrols will detain and incarcerate anyone who does not comply.
See, they've elected to go with the classic, well, this is basically a, you know, a Half-Life opening. What if we do, oh, okay, you're from a movie.
That wasn't the deal.
Deals change.
Not this one. I come along, or we walk.
Only you.
What's up, Mio?
The others must wait.
Terrorist.
You gonna let him call you that?
That's enough.
So where'd you find him?
Night market.
You're so much nicer when you were a Boston Dynamics robot that fell over all the time.
How'd you make the arrest?
Jedi have to sleep, same as us.
When the senator gets a hold of you, you'll wish you were dead.
Yeah,
Always
I'm
nice to
already
meet
guessing that person in the armor, yellow-black, is probably one of our teammates. What's up, though? Yeah, starting a new game here. Gonna go meet the Emperor, maybe.
This way, Jedi. Mind your business.
Could they, like, program, like, torture and abuse into these robots? Like, you know what? We want to be exactly like real security guards.
He is breathing, isn't he?
Droids.
Also, can you guys hear me over this game? It seems like it might be kind of loud.
Is the district secure?
Yes, Senator.
It better be. Ada's dogs are always sniffing about. Jedi is a rare quarry these
Game's
days.
kind of loud.
What else have you brought me?
I turned it down a little bit. Got my lightsaber. Hold up, I had a double-bladed lightsaber in the other
See
game.
that he is paid.
It's been a pleasure, Senator. Hope this isn't the last time we get to do business together.
Dude has a Thanos chin. I literally said that like a minute ago.
Jedi Cal Kestis. You have made quite a name for yourself. Sabotaging weapons teams.
I got bad news for you, Senator. In like a couple of years, Palpatine is gonna like you'll well
for everyone to see.
get rid of the entire Senate.
The failed coup on Norset. That was your doing, wasn't it?
What do you want, Senator? A confession? You already know I've been working with Saw Gerrera.
Before I deliver you to the Emperor, you will lead me to the remaining Jedi.
I can't.
There's like one other.
No use resisting. I'll find out one way or another. Sometimes all it takes is a speech. But in there, I have other tools at my disposal. Or maybe I'll just use this.
It looks like he has like Coke bottle lids over his ears.
Jaro Tapal.
Like they just like popped it off too hard and they like cemented themselves in place.
And to think one day our children will ask, what is this thing? This relic of a corrupt institution destroyed.
Kids will be like telling the Jedi, is like, what is that? Oh, it's a boomer weapon.
Arrogance is a trap a lot of us.
This is
fall
worth
into,
getting. I have
Senator.
done nothing but walk in the game so far,
I'm
so
sure the
no
Emperor
idea.
won't mind if I deliver you to him in pieces.
Oh, man, don't worry, man. Everyone, guy, suffers from it eventually.
Did you really think you could capture me? You've got classified military intel stored on your yacht. And you just brought it right to me. Thanks, BD.
You'll burn for this.
That's mine.
You know, I like how the stormtroopers are so inept now. They're not even bothering to shoot at me as I break open my cuffs and attack the senator. He's like, what do we do? Should we shoot? No, wait till he gets his weapon back.
The Jedi!
Come and get me. That all you got, Senator? Come on out. We'll talk.
That's the decapitation was on this. I'm not seeing anyone split in half by a lightsaber.
I needed that. My training's paying off. What are you doing? I'm gonna make you bleed.
There we go. Being a Jedi means you follow the ways of peace. I say as I leave a
Not so
entire
fast,
flight
Senator.
deck full of corpses.
Hit it, BD. Now he comes to us.
You know what? If this would have been
it's
like
coming a
Star
little
Killer,
hot.
he would have pulled that back with the Force.
Oh, really hot! Hold on!
I'm assuming Star Killer is no longer canon, right? Jedi kills everyone in the room and then feels sorry about it. Yeah, they'll still like give you some philosophy on it. Stop comparing the new guy to X. Oh well, whatever. I never even played that game. I just know about it.
We gotta get to that yacht.
Hey, 25 bits. To be fair, those stormtroopers are pretty damn peaceful right now. I mean, they just stood there and let me like free myself.
That was a close one, buddy. It's not your fault. Catch up with the yacht.
Wow, that is some fast wall shimmy. This guy's like Nathan Drake if he became a Jedi. Assassin's Creed, even they don't usually go up a wall this fast.
Negative. Call it in. What about the prisoner? Could be with the senator. Or he fell. I want confirmation before the senator.
Playing as Star Killer just felt good. I don't care if he was OP. No, he had some great lines like, they were real to me. I can't even replicate it. Your feelings are not real. They were real to me. No, I'm sounding like Shaggy. Space rats. Alright, so block. Horsepower. Hey, Pope of Dairy, thank you for the 51 months. There's sounds coming out of my controller. New poncho? Oh no. New emitter. Chat, there's a feature of like the old Jedi Academy games that I feel any Star Wars game should have, and that is like your lightsaber, like when it touches the floor or walls, it makes sparks and leaves a trail of like shit. Like why don't they, it makes, I don't know why they wouldn't do that. It just works. Wow, there's actually a lot of fucking clipping in this game. I don't even do anything special, my head goes through the wall.
I can't open it. You don't have anything for it, do you? We gotta find that yacht before.
Now it doesn't have to cut a hole through it, but it can do it like Jedi Academy did, where you just leave like a burnt trail along wherever your blade is touching. It's just a nice effect that helps sell it. Jedi Academy still is the best lightsaber combat. Actually, there was a VR mod for that game recently, so you can play it in first person and with VR controls, and it looks pretty good.
Is it safe up here? You're gonna disappoint. Find the bomb.
Oof. I am a man of peace. Gotta love how they can literally rip a wall apart with mind powers, but can't open a door without them. Well, if it's locked hard enough, you know.
Whatever intel the senators got stashed.
No ponchos?
It's
No.
worth the risk.
Those were really only added so you can have like
Give up hope,
unlockables in that game.
buddy.
I believe you can actually change your appearance in this game with like beards and haircuts. So you get that instead of ponchos. From what little I've experienced from the combat so far, it seems like they've decided to scale back on the like copying Dark Souls that they did with the first game. Which might actually not be that great, because I kind of like that. I mean, this is, you know, fine. But, you know, I like that it was somewhat difficult. Here we go. We need a hairstylist ASAP, because that 5 o'clock shadow ain't gonna cut it for Jedi boy. I mean, it looks fine on him. What are you talking about? You guys are being mean. Looks fine. Poncho discrimination. When the ponchos just aren't very good. I don't know. They don't look good, and they don't even keep you that. Your legs always get wet wearing one. Cal has more beard than I'm allowed to. He has more beard than I can even grow.
Not yet. Let's go. Move, move, move.
Yeah, why was he wearing a poncho all the time when it wasn't even raining? Is a good question I would ask.
Come here, BD1.
Coach, I beg you. I fought in the war.
Regularly known as psychometry. Psychometry. Cal can receive information from the Force when he touches certain items. That feels like a double-edged sword, because there's definitely some items you would touch and you would not want to, experience whatever the past happened to them. Fashion, Jedi's got to have drip too, you know.
BD.
Okay, maybe they are keeping some elements in like the Dark Souls stuff and like meditation points. He had the poncho when he worked on the ship graveyard where it was always raining. Yeah, but then he left that, never came back, and he just kept wearing it. Because it's just sentimental value for the first game. Where it came from, right? Median point. Meditate, interact with the... Okay, gotcha. Resting and able to store Cal's health and force as well as respawning. Okay, okay, never mind. I take back what I said. Skill tree. Lightsaber, please. Lunging strike. Hold trial to perform a single reaching thrust attack. We'll try to perform a single long-reaching thrust. This is Star Wars. I feel like there has to be a multi-page wiki about the lore of the ponchos. You say that, but it probably actually exists. That's what the fans will do, you know. That's what we gotta get. What about over here? There's a thing over here. Every time I see an excessively large skill tree, I get so in, but I am kind of there with you. Especially when there's multiple skill trees. I'm like, oh god.
Last seen on Dock 27.
Oh, we can cut these off. That's nice.
I did it!
I'm going to turn off this feature that keeps making my controller make noise. I hate it. Doesn't bother me that much, but I wanted to commit die when I played Shadow of the Tomb Raider. Reject modernity, commit die. What is this? Commit die? Did I miss something? Commit die. Oh, it said commit. Commit suicide, commit die?
Yeah.
Is that what it is?
Beautiful.
The game's skill tree was stupid. Storm knocked out my power. Okay. Everyone's having a rough time tonight is what I'm getting. Squadron. Yo, thank you, robot. A homeless man lives here. Gotcha. Okay, now I'm wondering if this is the way I gotta go, and it's back that door back there I should go check out. You should bring on PS5, create your own Jedi, and choose your fate, but it's only on PC. I mean... Any fall damage? Yep. Well, sort of. Best to learn it earlier, you know? somewhere on the top level of Coruscant, all the toilets are now backing up. You always join the dark side. You know what? You might as well, because one, just because you're on the dark side doesn't mean you gotta be evil. That's just, bad writing. It's just like, we gotta make it, good for kids. So dark side, light side. But, you can just like, what if you just like edgy? Just be like a goth Jedi. I feel like the light side has the worst power. I mean, what is it? Pushing things? I mean, the dark side can do that too, plus they can shoot lightning. I know there's a lot of other powers that show up in like books and comics, but I'm talking specifically what you see canonically in the movies. It really comes down like, you can like push stuff, pull stuff, shoot lightning at it. Anakin was, then he murdered a bunch of kids. Yeah. He ruined it for everyone, didn't he? I mean, yeah. The thing is, Jedis were really kind of bad in those prequel movies. They kind of had it coming. Just want to be General Sherman to my enemies. I'm a good guy overall. Yeah, that's just, you got a good cause. But you have to be an asshole to pull it off. Holomap unlocked. Holomap shows Cal's current location and the location of the main objective. Area containing the main objective is also highlighted in gold. Navigation. Yellow gateways lead to unexplored areas. Green elements indicate available pathways, while red elements are currently locked. Change these colors in the accessibility settings. Legend shows icons for other points of interest, with the filters that can be turned on and off.
There's the yacht. Still drifting.
That's the spirit, BD. We'll get it.
Light gets to be a ghost when they die, so there's that, yeah, but if you're on the dark side, you can potentially live forever. Supposedly. Can't we be like Obi-Wan and like jump and grab hold of a ship?
You want to get a bite after a shift? Sure, I could go for a turbo dog. I heard they make
How do these pre-rendered skyboxes stack up? FFR? Well,
what about that noodle shot?
I mean FFR, FF7R. Depends. There are times when FF7 Remake, when it came out, had really shitty like JPEG backgrounds in some areas. And other times it looked really good. Graphically though, FF7 Remake looks better in this game. Hasn't it been stated canonically like the best thing you use against like a Jedi is actually like a gun that shoots a bullet since they can't reflect it back at you? Like that's canon, right? I know I've read that before. But no one ever does it. Just 2 stormtroopers are trying to finish their patrol shift. They're stormtroopers, they're bad. So you gotta know. Don't worry about the nuance of their character. Normal bullet can be cleaved in half. Doesn't matter if you cleave a bullet in half, it's still 2 halves of a bullet headed in your direction. That's the thing the anime never really shows. Yeah, even if you're fast enough to hit the bullet, it's still, all that energy and mass is still traveling toward you. So then it's not gonna be fun when it hits. I know you get up there.
I see him.
Also, wouldn't that just make the bullet hot? Yeah, it's still gonna be there. It's gonna be like a punch of liquid metal flying into you at the same speed. Switch lightsaber stances. There. Oh, okay, it is a double-bladed.
use a little help, BD.
My soul is the light side of the force, but my dick the dark side. Confliction you got there, I understand.
I'm pretty hurt.
I want to heal again,
Thank
you
you,
idiot.
buddy.
How do I change stances again?
How's it going, buddy?
Okay, there we go. Left and right. Mandalorians had it right. They use solid slugs and lightsabers resistant armor to help against Jedi, yeah. I don't know why the rest of the galaxy hasn't caught on to that. Stop dicking chat. Who's dicking chat? I don't know much about Star Wars. I'm not a fan of it, but I've had to learn stuff about it over the years. I'm glad I never became a Star Wars fan. It just seems like a depressive thing. Cal runs out of block stamina, he will be temporarily stunned and vulnerable. Why was that a thing on this building? I really like to keep our grating folded up. If I be a ghost, I'ma bother you, Dartigan, every day haunted house will you have? I mean, please do that. I can make money off that. Especially if I can prove it. I'll sell tickets.
Don't look down.
I would not matter what would not hurt me at all if a ghost started haunting me. Like, you know what? This is a business opportunity.
Got you, traitor.
Told you. Though I don't know who it is.
What took you so long?
Oh, you know, just hanging out, taking in the sights. Been a while since I was on Coruscant. Thanks, Bode.
Part of the job, Custis.
New friend?
When I saw the dock collapse, I thought this heist might be over real quick.
Why make it easy for him?
Here's living on the run and fighting the Empire. Cal was what? There's like lore there. Too late.
Heading to the yacht. We'll meet him there. Oh.
Please throw away the valuable head protection. Everyone in a movie does that these days. Because all the actors want to make sure their face is front. Yeah. I can say I definitely hate that. I guess it just feels like an actor's like, no, my face must be seen. So the helmet must be off at all times unless absolutely necessary. Even when they remade RoboCop, it was like that, and it's fucking RoboCop. Also, that movie shit. Not the original, the remake. Chad, is it weird that video games have actually gotten pretty good at this remaking old games, while movies are still terrible at it? Shortcut? Like, what are the good movie remakes out there?
Let's stop for a moment.
Okay, stances, current lightsaber single plus double bladed. They have to be like Dartigan and only show their faces only once every 10 months. Yeah, I like that. I mean, they're superheroes, for God's sake. They're not supposed to ever show their face. I don't have any points. She. I think Parasite Eve need a remake. If only they'd made that instead of Forspoken. You know, it was an RPG set in modern New York for a bit. Could have been. Then again, they probably would have shitted it up, considering that team kind of sucked at making video games. Oh, wait a minute. I was watching, buddy. Wait, he's got a jetpack on. Maybe he can fly up.
Coob and Liz are probably starving by now.
Hungry Klaatuinians. Ooh. We don't
King
want
Lion
that.
almost took my soul away. Sorry to hear about that.
Burrito job sometime.
And I mean, we've all been there having our soul taken away.
Looks like that factory stopped the yacht. I call that a win.
No gunships. Crew must be making mischief.
Let's not keep them waiting.
Would say they can do it like Resident Evil or Parasite Eve. I mean, that'd be the idea. I still think it should be an RPG in some way, though. It's the video of the show Smallville. Clark wouldn't tell Lena, whatever her name is. He has powers, protect her. They showed his face to every single enemy. Yeah, Superman is well known, though. It's always been like, nah, it's just one of those things you have to shrug and accept that no one can recognize him because his glasses are on.
How are we gonna get you across?
Well, that didn't work.
Though they did try to like retcon it later by saying like, oh, he has like Superman has a special power that makes people forget. What? Oh.
Think you can knock down that crate?
Worth a shot.
So is this guy a Mandalorian if he's got a jetpack? He just killed someone down there. They fly now. Well, Mandalorians always flew, so I'm guessing that's what he might be. My clumsy co-worker with glasses tells me he's Superman. I should now not believe him. No matter how silly. Yeah, but if he's that jacked as Clark Kent is, and then looks exactly like Superman, is never around when Superman appears, maybe suspected of every once in a while. That's all I'm saying. You got suspicions.
Who taught you to move like that?
My master. Every time I fell, he got me back on my feet.
Meant to say Lion King remake almost took my... Oh, okay. It was funnier the way you had it written the first time, though.
Stormtrooper patrol.
Isn't that one of the most best-selling movies of all time, though? The remake of Lion King?
Found something.
Always appreciate those episodes of superhero cartoons where the hero has to face a guy pretending to be them. Spider-Man did, and yeah, they all kind of did. Oi. Jedis can't do anything about slippery, about wet floors apparently. Why is there water running down this if it's not raining? Or is it raining? Can't honestly tell if it's raining or not, but I don't think it is. It's just wet for some reason. What's a climbable surface? Over here or what? Hey, can you like come get me? Wall run to him? Oh, yeah. I should have looked for the white paint, Chad. The white paint was there the entire time guiding me.
Impressive.
Why is there just water running down this? There's nothing like pouring it out. And the rest of the floor isn't wet, so it's not raining. It's just a magically like water surface for some reason. Alright, add that one to the sin list, I guess. Unexplainable wet ramp.
See that cable?
On, Kestis.
Guy who paints white ledges made it back into gaming. He never left us. Coruscant paint. A blunt to surpass metal. That already existed. Naked Snake smoked it all the time. Literally wouldn't even realize the entire day had passed. You know that was good stuff. Even had like a bitching soundtrack of a lady moaning in his ear when he'd like take a puff. Oh. And it was electronic too. The man was thinking ahead. He was vaping the first vapor snake they might actually call. Your Snake, your code name for this mission will be Vapor Snake.
Bucketheads below. No going around them.
Then we go through them.
All ready when you are, Kestis.
Why can't he Jedi jump? I can. I can double jump. That is a Jedi jump.
Contact. Time to fight. Lots of float 'em around.
We'll do this together. Nicely done.
Back at you.
You can call the lift with that terminal.
On it.
Seen a Jedi jump, he should be able to skip. Well, maybe that's something particular to Luke. Maybe he was just really good at Jedi jump. You know, some Jedis excel at one particular ability. Luke jump good.
Troopers coming.
Let's get the drop on him.
Sure thing. On your signal.
Hold R1 and press square to ask Bode to attack a targeted enemy.
Found you, intruder.
Let's take him down.
Hope reinforcements on it.
Okay. You can fight.
Yeah, you too.
I don't speak binary, but I hear you.
Minion
BBs.
mechanics, I'm assuming. Yeah, well, probably not every level has one. Obi-Wan did Jedi jumps. You know, there was a power that showed off in Phantom Menace that they never ever used again at the very beginning, like Jedi speed, like when they the destroyer droids come out, the one with the shields, like Obi-Wan and like Qui-Gon, they like zoom right off screen. They never use it again. Imagine if Obi-Wan had used, if Obi-Wan, you could have actually if he'd used force speed, could have made it through those weird force field gates in the on the court. Starkiller gets the dash. Well, like I said, Obi-Wan and Qui-Gon had it too, but they only used it the one time.
Dot's just over there.
And of course, the bridge is under construction.
Let's try up that way.
Quit reading my mind.
This guy is the same
Jedi.
voice actor as Charles from Red Dead Redemption 2 and Kutalo from Horizon. Oh, that guy? Okay, I remember him. Jetpacks seem nice. Why don't I have one? Oh, shit. Sorry for the violation. What violation? What do you got for me, boy? Local directory. Helps agents visualize the flow of goods through the planet. Currently Imperial... I don't care. Jedi had jetpacks, it'd be unstoppable. I mean, if Jedis actually carried a blaster on them as well as their lightsaber, they'd already be more effective. And then they carried the jetpack too, then they'd be set. Sith wouldn't stand a chance, but they don't do it because no, it's an uncivilized weapon. Only Obi-Wan was like, you know what, I'm gonna use this blaster for a change. My biggest problem with the Force, it's functionally magic and can do anything, just everyone in the universe lacks imagination. I mean, true. Though it's always in the movies though. In a lot of the other fiction, like the books or comics, they get way more creative with what they can do with the Force stuff. I think Luke moved a black hole out of the way once or something. It's like, yeah, let me just like push that out of the way. There we go. No longer a problem.
Let's stop.
Some of the games too. I remember the, what was it? You know, the Knights of the Old Republic got pretty creative with it as well. Am I really not leveling up? Probably not.
Done?
Yeah, let's find the crew.
Oh, I should meditate though. I think you have to find some skill points in the way you don't get it from killing enemies. Well, I guess there are no like souls you do pick up, are there?
This place is a ghost town.
Coruscant's changed a lot over the last few years. These days, just being outside's asking for trouble.
Meditation's still stupid this game, but just like it heals you. What it does. All it does so far. Did it do anything else in the original game? Door's locked. Oh shit, I just killed myself. Speaking of Disney remakes, has anyone seen Stitch's design? He looks like I heard they were remaking that one. I only seen like the actors for human roles though. Respawns enemies after a 5-minute meditation session. Yeah, the enemies respawn. Though I haven't had to backtrack any, so I haven't encountered any. You still watch Disney? I don't. Disney doesn't make anything that I have any interest. They make Star Wars and they make Marvel. I care not for either.
Agreed.
Go kill. Sick 'em. No? When did you drop off of Disney? I don't think I've ever really been a big Disney guy. I mean, there's some Disney movies I like, but it's never like huge for me. There's actually more Disney cartoons that I like than there were like Disney movies. Like the Aladdin cartoon, fucking awesome. You know, that's really, that used to be all that when I was a kid growing up. That's what Disney was. They're like, oh, we make cartoon movies, and now they make everything, and most of it I have no interest in. Desi's noodles. Desi's these no. I couldn't help it, chat. I am but a man, and a man must make DZ nuts jokes. There are a few legitimate reasons to venture down to lower levels. D's is one of them.
Slow up. Enemies nearby.
I hate probe droids.
Same here.
Yeah, but it was a man you just killed. Oh, do you see them as probe droids? Is that how you sleep at night? Oh, they're just droids.
That'll teach him.
Robot chooses the way. Yeah, it's like weird. Like, okay, here. One of them was like, here's where a homeless person sleeps. I'm like, oh, I see. Thank you, robot. Considering there are 1930s Tarzan live movies out there, you know, I actually wonder if Tarzan would get remade or for like the live action stuff with Disney. It will. Well, I can guarantee you one character that won't be getting like cast incorrectly. That's Tarzan himself. There's no way anyone but a white dude is playing that role. Because, oh, yeah, no way. There's no way no one but a white dude is getting to play Tarzan. Oh, you get it. Yeah, you see the logic now, don't you? You're just writing that? Yeah, I mean, it'd be kind of uncomfortable. Like, what if we recast Tarzan as... Oh, wait a minute. We can't. The implications there are kind of insulting. However, his girlfriend might get recast. The hunter dude, though, will stay the same. He'll be English and very mean. Miss Jackie Chan Adventures, Fumo Guai Guai Fai Di Zao. Fumo Guai Guai Fai Di Zao. Fumo Guai Guai Fai Di Zao. That was a good show. Too bad Jackie Chan couldn't actually voice his own character. Had to do so and sounding like him. Ow, my knee. Press L3 and R3 to slow enemies around Cal. Good horsepower like Wazarudo.
Sorry. You play with me? The game is
I
rigged
think
from
this
the start.
was to keep the player from spamming it. It's so easy to spam force, slow, and pull and whatever. Well, is it? Wait, is it a bar I gotta fill up? I realize I'm almost dead too.
That did the trick.
I kind of like forget most of the original game, except for like a couple of the characters. The Jedi mind is just increasing our reflexes, right?
We make a good team.
Forgot the plot of the first game. They were looking for an holocron that contained a list of like force-sensitive children. And also Kyle was getting over his PTSD of, you know, all the Jedi dying. And then at the end they end up destroying the holocron anyways because suddenly it's wrong for Jedi to like take children and teach them the Jedi ways.
I think BD wants you to knock that down.
First game was really mid. To be fair, they made the first game in like a year. They really had to bang that one out. For a game that was like made that quickly, it wasn't too shabby. Go back this way real quick. That's the I was thinking about. I got it mixed up with Cinderella. Oh, okay.
Dead end.
Let's double back.
Oh. Okay. But here though. Also, Wonderbits, would you want grown men in bathrobes taking your kids to learn about a force? Well, do they have accreditations? Do they have credentials to go along with those bathrobes?
Another shard.
So, I don't know. I mean, how much does it pay to be a Jedi? Do you actually make money? Or is it just like you provided everything by the Jedi Order? I actually don't think you got like a say in it, did you? Like the Jedi would just take your kid regardless. I don't think you could like turn them down, could you? Basically, the Jedi weren't police. They were like They're like, there were a lot of things. They weren't really. They were like, we are the guardians of peace. They're more like the paladin knights of like old fantasy tales, more so than police. I mean, they could do police-like things like try to arrest the Prime Minister of space. For the crime, was it actually illegal to be a Sith? Because that was really all they tried to arrest him for, wasn't it? Like he's a Sith. Arrest him.
The Emperor turned the Jedi Temple into his palace.
Spreading rumors that Jedi are pedos seemed like something. Yeah, he never thought of that one, did he? Yeah, there would have definitely been like people like spreading conspiracy theories about the Jedi Order. I mean, they're literally people who can mind control you, for fuck's sake. You think like what entire galaxy full of like conspiracy-minded people like, yeah, the Jedis, man, fuck them. They say they're for peace. I saw one just like control a dude's mind and get like, you know, free soda. I guess I gotta make that jump. To be fair, Palpatine also organized an intergalactic war and usurped the field, yeah, but that's a lot of work. You want me to go about the map? Also, thank you, Lazy Gamer, for the 48 months. Red Hearth, baby, come on. You can climb on the roof. That's what I was looking for. Oh yeah, this stuff. I keep forgetting. 100 bits. You could say it was a forceful piece. You never listen to me? What did I ignore you? I'm sorry. Just grab onto the ceiling. I mean, sometimes a comment just goes unnoticed, you know? Have you seen the theory that Jar Jar was a Sith? Everyone has seen that theory at this point. It's funny. Wouldn't be a bad idea if it were true, but it's not. I like this guy's silent jetpack that makes no noise, despite it burning jet fuel and, you know, sending out exhaust. Sprung for the silent model, did you? Can you just hop on? I guess it doesn't have enough strength to carry two people.
How long you been working with Saw Gerrera?
Not long. A few jobs here and there.
I could tell you impressed him. That isn't easy.
I'm good at what I do, and I don't ask the wrong questions. That combination tends to open doors.
Jar Jar played a big part in screwing over the universe by giving, yeah. Then he apparently went off to be like. I remember someone said once that he like has a miserable life after that. That he like spends the rest of his life, you know, just being miserable. I mean, I can't imagine the new Empire would have kept him in the Senate. But didn't they actually give his voice actor, like the guy who played Jar Jar, like a role in a TV show recently? As a Jedi? Talking about the one on the island and he was about to shoot himself? What, like I have no idea what you're talking about. I'm talking about like Jar Jar and like his voice actor. Supposedly he got like a role in like one of the TV shows. One of the many Jedi, you know, Star Wars TV shows that are out there these days. It really is Uncharted now, isn't it? Is the game having performance problems? Like I'm playing on PS5. So far it's running well. On PC apparently it's not so great. Jar Jar became a senator, yeah, but that felt like nepotism because he's like helped them like win the you know, the Nabooing resistance. So he's like, all right, we'll have like a, you know, a Gungan be a senator now. Jar Jar was a nepo baby, chat. The other survive. Yeah, there's a lot of Jedi ended up surviving that, isn't there? Weird how that was.
Enemies nearby. nearby.
RTX 4090 does 90 frames per second and 1080p. This game is killing it. I've got a 4080. I just didn't want to like risk it because I'm have to stream it and record it at the same time.
I've given you everything I have.
We're here to protect you. I'm sure that's worth a few more credits.
Could something other than like a garbage dumpster have like the special force thoughts attached to it? You heard that rumor that Jar Jar was supposed to be a... Well, that wasn't a rumor. That was a fan theory. Big difference. That's just like a fan theory, like, hey, what if? There's never like, oh, maybe there was some people who saw it as a rumor. It is really just like, hey, but it wouldn't be like neat if Jar Jar had actually been like the one behind it all. Fan theories can be like that. They can be pretty interesting, but they never end up being true. We need a Disney hack to make that theory a reality. A Disney hack? You mean you need to bribe someone from Disney to make it true. Make it true. I don't think it's worth it. I keep trying to hit R1 to swing my weapon because I keep thinking this is Dark Souls. They just finished up playing Bloodborne.
Good work in that scrap.
Team attacks? Yeah, I don't know how I think it activates randomly because I didn't do it. You want to go this way, huh? So I'll go this way. Okay, that just opens up that shortcut. Somehow against all odds, Palpatine will be back and bowing to Lord Jar Jar. Aren't they working on a new trilogy now with like Rey? What's her name now? Rey Skywalker. You know, you can just like take on a name like that, by the way. Wrenching pull. Press L2 and R2 to wrench groups of nearby enemies. Also, we got calls of maximum force increases. Come all in for a nice hug. Ray Binks by the end of the next. I wonder if like the voice actor for Jar Jar is ever getting offers from like Disney to like redo, like to bring Jar Jar back. Like I know they brought him back as the actor played a Jedi in a TV show, but I wonder if they're like, hey, we want you to play Jar Jar again. It would definitely get people's attention and like, hey, look at this, Jar Jar's back. Almost want Jar Jar to return. You know what? He wasn't as bad as everyone says. No poncho, no poncho. I do believe you get to change your haircut and beard though in the game. Can't believe so many people like the poncho. Like, no poncho? No poncho?
Not a bad find.
What is this priorite? Priorite. Is that a stupid palm on prioritize? Continue to explore in the galaxy, discover this treasure, and who finds it valuable. Who was the kid in the prequel trilogy that people bullied? Anakin, I think. No poncho. Remember what they took for. How long do you think that guy was waiting there?
Unproductive human.
That guy really didn't like you.
Don't think he was a fan of you either.
Yeah, the kid who played Anakin, he got bullied pretty hard after the movie. Kind of really shitty thing to do with a kid. Imagine how excited he was, like, man, I could be in Star Wars, and then it just had the rest of his school life ruined because of it. I would, if I were ever a parent, I would never let my kids be in a movie, just because it seems like it always ends up being miserable for them. Oh, did you find some more pizza boxes to scan, little robot guy? Oh, just some random mufflers.
Find something, buddy?
What's he got?
Extension cable. Worker season for construction now.
And a perfectly working one too, huh?
Cable's a bit frayed. Not in bad shape. Should be a quick patch job.
So I heard you fought the Empire on Kashyyyk.
Yeah.
Hijacked a walker and broke open an Imperial prison camp single-handed.
That one was BD.
Just the two of you.
And some friends. What about you, new guy? You in this for the credits?
God, I have a Star Wars question for these Star Wars fans out there. Is there a particular reason they make some robots speak in beeps and boops when there's no reason they can't make them all speak in like English? Because they have some that also speak in languages?
But at least I can provide for her.
Must be hard, being away from her. Is her mother?
She's gone. The Empire took her from us.
Like, why can't R2-D2 just speak fucking English?
Sorry. Taking a lot of people.
And can he be upgraded to speak English if you want to, like, install like the download, the patch into him or something?
You ever use one of those?
I'll figure it out. It was a scrapper on Brockham.
You've been through a lot for someone so young.
Just trying to survive.
Aren't we all?
Beeps are cuter, but would you ever buy a robot that you had to like talk to, but you had to learn a new language just to use it? Like, what if they came out with like a robot, it can do everything you want, like clean your house, do your taxes, but you have to learn to speak Latin if you want to use it. Because it only knows how to speak that, or understand it. The Star Wars lore is consistent as Kingdom Hearts? I don't know. It's an older series with a lot more writers behind it, so that always creates inconsistencies. And it's also been like, half of it was like scrapped and then rebooted when Disney bought it. So maybe not. You want a more universal answer? Voice modulator as far as how they understand beeps and boops? I mean, so why not just install a voice modulator on every robot then, since it seems like it's way more useful than having someone learn how to understand and beeps and boops. Took 4 years of Latin in high school? Well, you're one of the few that did. Most people don't spend any time learning a dead language.
You're gonna need it.
Beeps are marketable. Beeps are marketable, he says. All right, here's my stream for the rest of the night, chat. Now just imagine that was the only conversation you could have with me.
That wasn't so hard. Back to the bridge.
Hope the crew's doing all right. If Gabs gets bored, she might slice into Imperial.
Actually, I can do it even better.
She that good?
Too good. Cindy can train. Got on the wrong side of her employers.
Racism against robots? Look, robots need to speak English if they're going to stay in this galaxy. That's all I'm saying. I don't mind them coming here, but by God, they're going to be in this galaxy, they got to speak English. Oh, isn't it always funny to apply modern day contemporary arguments to like fantasy settings? Always a good, a good vein of humor. That's racist towards my robots. It's gonna get you canceled. Look, unless you got like a self-driving semi, you ain't got no robots to worry about. My God, you know what you just made? My self-driving semi, it's just crying out there now. Could be a Morse code type of language. I mean, that's about as good as you could hope for. But if anyone's ever like, if it was though, fans would have deciphered it already. Or they would have come up with a codex to help people you'll understand it. But like I said, there's just no reason they don't all speak English. There really isn't. I mean, you can program what CP, what was it, the golden one would like speak like a million languages, but R2-D2 could only speak the one. You just offended my ChatGPT girlfriend, I'm sorry. But hey, as long as she's got her robot green card, I'm fine with your ChatGPT girlfriend. Or as she, or as I, let me speak in her language. Okay, that bit is now dead. Officially killed. I feel like I've been here already, but I don't think I have. Just this same place before? No, maybe not. You're really pushing the Southern pride jokes lately. This is just a funny vein of humor because we're talking about robots. This is not Southern pride because I don't have any. I don't really get the whole idea of having pride in any place just because you happen to be born in it. Like, I had no actual say in where I was born, but goddamn, I'm gonna be proud about it. It doesn't work with me. Like, what? Also, Sizaba, thank you for the 11 months, man. How was performance in the game? I'm playing on PS5, so it runs pretty well. I don't recommend the PC version, though. Apparently, it is poop. I don't think I've been there yet. My inner Southern? What does that even mean? Just because I'm making jokes that are like vaguely racist toward robots, you know, a fictional intelligent robot that doesn't exist. Now I feel insulted. Not gonna lie, grow up in SoCal and smoking weed as much as I do. My brand of pride is whenever California Love starts playing on the radio. Well, see, that's cultural, that's different. If it's just because I was born here. Where does the game want me to frickin' go, by the way? Over there? Okay, over there. Should probably meditate to get my health back. And my heals.
I need to clear my mind. Alright, let's move.
Why are you going in circles? Because the map is designed that way. Tell me to go this way now, across over there, because we apparently lowered a thing we need to get over to where we need to go.
That right, BD?
We had to like, yeah, it's that objective now is weird. We were like running around with no direction until I found a random grappling cable, and now we're good. That's what we were looking for. Dart has a bad sense of direction. Yes, this is well known.
Cal, good to see you.
Hey, Bravo. No job ever goes according to plan, does it?
What fun with
Everyone has jetpacks but me.
How's the new guy doing?
Bit of a talker.
Our buddy couldn't snuggle in another jetpack? Yeah, apparently not.
I'll take it. Gab sliced the yacht.
I mean, even after this, I bet we don't get a jetpack.
You try knocking?
This ain't Titanfall after all. Cal is dabbling in his Batman fix. No, he's just a Jedi now. You gotta do what you gotta do to help people. Batista.
I just bet the twins of the Senator had you in there stuffed and mounted.
Hey, I want to cut at that.
Hey, Cal.
He could probably play a
you
Star
die,
Wars character.
I get the Mantis, right?
Sorry, Gabs. Not
One of the
mine to
sexy
get.
gingers? You say that like there aren't any.
So what's the plan?
Or they're like a select group.
The Senator has military intel on his personal terminal here. Could give us a fighting chance against the Empire.
Problem is, Captain secured blast doors. Even the twins can't pry those bad boys open.
How are we getting in?
You fellas got the yacht down, Jetpack. Then I'll work my slicer magic. With my lovely assistant.
I'll grab a transport. Back before you know it.
I mean, Carrot Top wouldn't count. Okay, you're losing like the most freakish version of any like hair color group. Like you'll represent the whole.
Twins, get Cal across that gap.
I mean, there's plenty of ugly people with any color haircut. Also, I want to play Guess the Red Shirt. I've been wondering that myself. Oh, cool. You know, this is a senator's personal ship that's been crashed here for a while and no one has come to help yet. It was a bit odd. Oh, this is the same thing that, got Qui-Gon killed, I see. That's the way it came, right? Yeah. Only been a while because you not lost. Well, I also like to look around and find y'all other stuff too, which can sometimes get you lost. Okay, that's just another way back to that over there. Good. This senator is probably their Ted Cruz. Yeah, they're probably like, yeah, fuck that guy. Explain why he can wall run with the Force, but he can't super force jump. He is worst Jedi ever. Yeah, I mean, maybe he just sucks at it. I mean, that could be explanation. Not every Jedi was like meant to save the galaxy, you know.
Thanks, twins.
There is like basic bitch Jedi's like, you know what? I'm fine with it. Go fight Star Wars Senator Armstrong, if only. Nice knife. What would that? I'm assuming that would probably cut the road. Technically, he is the main character, right? Yeah, but it doesn't mean he has every single power that old Luke is gonna have. What? Yeah, you're just going to have to accept that my double jump is my force jump in the game, and I can't like jump like 20 feet up in the air like Luke can.
Hey, Cal. How you holding up?
Just appreciating.
I'm gonna guess I also probably don't use Jedi mind tricks on anyone.
Wrapped around the yacht.
Hey, remember when Luke just force choked an alien in the third movie and then he never did it again?
I think I can handle that.
Hey, Cal, I tried to move those beams, but...
Yeah, Gabs gave me the heads up.
All right.
Luke's dad is Jedi Jesus. Actually, Luke's dad only ever used like the force choke, and that was it. Like, I was like choking. They're like Anakin at the end of episode 3. Sure, why not? Where are the Green Lanterns? No, they're not even in the DC movie, so who knows?
First beam's down, Gabs. Can you tell the twins to pull down the yacht?
On it. Duke, Liz, your turn. Hold on.
Wait, how did that work when they pulled it from... Okay, whatever. I guess it's 2 cables. Alright.
All clear, Cal. Long way to drop. Be careful.
I'm always careful.
Karina, saved your ass. You owe me a ship.
Miyoko, you going to bed? Miyoko, have a good night, man. Thanks for being here.
For the record, I loosened it up for you.
job, Cal.
Glad to have you again.
We'll bring you down.
I'm on, Caps.
Twin, yacht's all yours.
Aren't all the Inquisitors dead? I don't believe so.
Crew's in position, Cal. Ready to break open this Ramsidian.
And now, time for me and my lovely assistant to show you how it's done.
Let's go reintroduce ourselves to the Senator.
Mr. Senator.
Stay back! I'm warning you! I've got an entire squad in here!
Wait, isn't that like the alien artifacts that were in like the first game?
Enter! My elite guards will execute you! Ready, blasters!
He's lying. Let's go, Kestis.
Pretty sure it is.
I knew he had unfinished business. Give us your terminal passcode.
Impossible! They'll execute me!
If you don't, I'll kill your plant. No? Not enough for you?
Maybe I could change his mind.
Oh, I actually do get to do the mind trick.
You will give me access to your terminal.
I can't.
I will reward you.
Unlock it and you'll be rewarded.
I'll be rewarded. I will unlock the terminal.
Tell Chap what happened to Kanan? Kanan?
If he moves, blast him.
Oh, my pleasure.
All right, BD. Let's see what we got. They're everywhere.
Not the breakthrough we were hoping for.
Years of fighting. Nothing we've done has slowed them down.
What did you expect? You lost. The Republic is dead.
It was killed by politicians just like you.
Do you think I wanted Utapau to join the Empire? The compromises I made created a future for my people.
I've been to Utapau, Senator. They spit your name out like a curse.
At least they are alive. Why fight when you can't win? Surrender tastes bitter at first, Cal.
Wasn't it being mind controlled? The Jedi mind control only lasts for like a brief moment, I think.
Free me, and we'll cut a deal.
No, Senator. Someday when your children see this, they'll know the Jedi never stopped fighting for them.
How disappointingly naive.
Hey, the twins are getting that ravenous look. Let's wrap it up before we have another Karita incident on our hands, yeah?
What about him?
He's coming with us.
Okay, let's take their food to go.
We came here to look at a map that just said, yeah, the Empire is everywhere. Figured we already knew that.
Now, which tool of negotiation should I start with first? Didn't you call me sharp-tongued? This one is blunt.
Galactic Senate, also known as the Imperial Senate, is the governing body of the Empire, and before the Republic, as we all know, it's an allegory of Rome. Everyone knows.
Well, it will have to do.
Oh, it was a Republic, and then it became an Empire. Has there ever been like a Darth Caesar? I feel like someone they should have like, you know what, I'm gonna be dumb enough, I'm gonna write Darth Caesar in there. Galactica. Darth Caligula. Darth Nero. I mean, Nero is about as close as you can get to a Sith Lord, right?
Lucky you, Senator. You've got a date with Saw Gerrera.
He'll kill me.
Oh, I don't know about that. Depends on whether you cooperate. That's a skill Senator's
Darth
prize.
Mark Antony. Night, hey, Western, have a good night. Darth Hepatitis. Darth Caesar, but it's pronounced like people do in, you know, New Vegas. How'd they pronounce it there?
Partisa!
Partisa!
Kulka!
They'll find you sooner or later, Jedi.
Caesar equals Kaiser. Oh, yeah. Kaiser.
You'll pay for this, Count Kestis. Let me go, or your friends will suffer.
We got a plan for the
A lot of other countries end up coming with their own word. Isn't like
We
Tsar
always ask Kugan
just the
Liz to
Russian
see
way
whether
of
the
saying
Senator
Caesar?
can fly.
We get what we need?
Yeah. Wonder what Saul has for us next.
First, we gotta get this intel topside.
Is there time for a quick tour of Sejan's terminal? I could see if the Senator's got anything else we could use.
And by we, you mean dirt you can
Did I
sell to
miss
make some
something? Didn't
credits?
discount Thanos over there, try to kill us an hour ago. We captured
along
him.
the way, Cal. That's war.
Now we're taking him
Maybe
with
next
us.
time.
Fine, but lunch is on you, and the twins are starving. These senators have the good life. Mind if I take his yacht?
This thing's too slow for you.
She looked like a lower render than everyone else. Usually NPCs always will be, but to a degree you get a
Fine.
point.
You're no fun.
But it's mainly because of the face. You have more to say?
Ever been in a senator's ship before? Blew one up once. Good times.
Alright.
I've changed my mind. We should always target the Empire.
Oh, you're about to die, aren't you?
Yeah.
One
Feels
of you
good to
is.
make a difference.
Surprise death
No,
coming.
they're loaded. Filthy rich. Make the huts look clean by comparison. I bet this senator has more credits stacked to his...
Hold you. Oh, no, they live. Though they shouldn't have.
Nani? What took you so long? While you've been chasing shadows, I have been stuck!
Wait, isn't this guy from the first game?
Have been caught harboring a traitor.
Oh, we killed him. I guess we had to only like cut his hand off and knock him off a tree.
Kestis!
Or her, I guess.
Open fire! Scatter! Get the cover!
Ferric and Inquisitor!
Let's charge into melee. Oh, they're dead.
Look out!
Everyone's dead.
Yes, that's me.
Truly a sad moment. Don't let the anger get to you. That's a dark side comment.
Go! Cal, come back! Cal, where you going?
Gonna have epic boss fight.
Here, Cal!
Why'd they? What destroyed it? Did it just crash? Ow, my legs are broken. Yeah, did it just like randomly crash?
Are you kidding me?
Undercity meets. Wait, this is how they process their food on Coruscant? Wait, oh wait, we're ginger. This would be even worse. Forgot. Doesn't seem hygienic, you know. Just, oh, this came from the meat slurry. Voice. Definitely, I don't know, maybe it's not for like human consumption. Maybe they're just making, oh, they got bricks of meat over there too, I see. That's more, they're keeping it all really warm too, so it's gonna be like getting in, you know, E. coli and shit in it.
The twins. We'll mourn later. Gotta keep
Is
moving.
Coruscant seen as a hygienic place? Well, like, parts of it definitely are, but it's also got like the upper city where all the rich people in the galaxy live. You're not technically human? What else, what would you call me then? Oh yeah, those things explode.
They're hunting us, buddy. Gotta stay one step ahead.
Is there a reason why the... I mean, obviously there's a reason. It's easier to, like, just cast humans in roles. Is there a reason why humans, like, seem to be the most dominant race in the Star Wars galaxy? Like, they have multiple planets, while every else race gets, like, one. You're ginger, not human? Oh yeah, I missed out on that, you know. Forgot. Humans are superior. I mean, that's what the Empire believes, I take it, but... I'm assuming there's like there's an in-lore explanation for why like humans are fucking everywhere. That is dumb. I'm just like, do Jedi's have like Spider-Man abilities that stick to walls? Okay, I'm just having fun now, I'm sorry. Lore reason is a long time ago there was an alien species that ruled the galaxy and humans made the best slaves. Oh. I mean, is that true though? We only got 2 hands. I've seen plenty of aliens in the world of Star Wars have more. But, yeah, I guess I can accept that. They just like, we just like shipped our human slaves all over the place. Still no skill points, huh?
Okay, I'm ready.
Made it to Undercity Arby's. We all had our suspicions as how they made the Yoda burgers there. Did you know that in order to do a double jump mid-air, you would have to exert a force equivalent to an atom bomb? Like jump off the air, you mean? I mean, it definitely isn't something physically you would normally be able to do, so I'm not surprised. But you know what? The force is stronger than any atom bomb. There are a lot of humans because we are heavily bred as slaves. Also, maybe also humans are just, you know, maybe they just breed easier and all the other aliens are like pandas. Oh shit.
Help me.
Oh shit, red attack.
Buddy, help!
Valueless. You will regret that.
Fuck you and your grabs. No way this stuff is edible. None of it is blue. You know what? Even though those new Star Wars movies are complete garbage, they did give you blue, you know, Luke Skywalker drinking blue alien titty milk. Titty milk. That is the one good thing that came out of it. Thing called a budget that determines... Look, I know I even said that when I first asked the question, that it's easier to, like, you know, just cast humans. Or just cast a human and put, like, a little prosthetic bone ridge on their nose. Like, oh yeah, that's an alien. Like, I know budgets, like, constrain that a lot. But usually you have to, like, come up with a reason in lore for why that is there, too.
stim canister. That'll prove useful.
Drugs. Those animals were puffins, by the way. They couldn't get rid of the puffins on set. They just made them cute aliens. You know what? That's kind of cute. I like that. Oh, I guess they are freezing them. We're excited for the Ahsoka TV series in August. Is it like a direct continuation of like the Clone Wars stuff? Looks like I gotta go up. You were almost calzone. You know what? I could think of worse ways to go out. Here we go. Ahsoka got better because damn, in her first appearance she sucked. About the only thing I know about Ahsoka is sadly internet memes. There's a pretty popular one, and it's not, you know, let's just say you've probably heard it. Recently it was even turned into an AI with Obi-Wan narrating it. Luke, have I ever told you about Ahsoka Tyrannus, whatever her fucking name is? You can find it on YouTube. Come on, shoot the damn thing. Start saying he's hooked up to Star Wars, looked up... No, it's been recommended to me. Because I watched a couple of like those voice AI stuffs on YouTube. It started recommending me several others. And one of them was Obi-Wan narrating about Ahsoka. And I was like, oh, okay. Now I know who this Ahsoka girl is. Apparently, she's the Pornhub of Star, according to the meme. I'm assuming that's just how the fan base treats her. Exactly. Or maybe Obi-Wan was just a dirty old man, I don't know. There have always been... Have there been any new enemies? The only thing I've fought so far is Stormtroopers and Robot Guy. From the what was it? One of the movies, I forget which one. The one I didn't watch, which is all of them. I think I need to go up there, but no way. So no, not yet. I doubt the first game didn't exactly have a lot of enemy variety, so I doubt this one will either. You want to see Ahsoka, Anakin, and Obi-Wan hanging out in live action? Well, I don't think they would hang out. They kind of enemies now. Well, at least one of them is enemies of all the other. That's where I fought the robot. That's where I thought I had to go. Your jump vert isn't good enough to make Master. Well, who else? Who's to say we're not Master? We're like the only one of the few Jedis around anymore. We want to call ourselves Master? We will. Fucking turn around, you idiot. Why were you force pushing in that way at the meat? I mean, it is pretty gross, but there's an exploding robot behind you.
Toss me a stim, bud. Feeling great.
What's the best Star Wars game in your opinion? It's probably either Knights of the Old Republic, the first one, though a lot of people like the second one too, which is just because it has a darker plot line, but I never played that one. Or Jedi Academy 2. Just because Jedi Academy is probably the top tier when it comes to actually doing lightsaber combat. Oh, you're new.
Not today.
Why was it telling me I couldn't do this move in combat? That was weird. It was like trying to do this move is like unavailable in combat.
Hurry up, buddy.
You're a Jedi, you're supposed to defend, not to attack first. Oh, well, that's not how this works anymore.
That way's blocked.
A laser gate. Theory of integers similar to ray shields utilized extensively in the Clone Wars. They are resistant to nearly all forms of matter, making it almost impossible to break through them without destroying or deactivating the power source.
Come on, we'll come back later.
I never played the Force Unleashed 2. I never played those. What about that over there, huh? But I also am someone who likes the Star Wars Phantom Menace game on PlayStation 1. Just because it lets you like go around killing the younglings as much well before Anakin ever did it. As well as all the Gungans. I was wondering if I could cut through the meat. Meat slop. This is just spam, isn't it? This is like spam. Yeah, it's gotta be spam. Hey, who hasn't among you wanted to go running around Tatooine, killing everything in your path? That game lets you do it even as a Jedi. Any more meat?
He's in here somewhere. We'll find him.
Be ready.
Tatooine had it coming. You know, we just did what everyone already knew was coming to it. Maximum force increase. Okay. That's how it's done. KOTOR 1 is my favorite. I do love KOTOR. It is a really good game. Is the remake of that still happening? I heard that might be like in trouble. Hold R1 and press circle to temporarily confuse an enemy into fighting their allies.
Stop them!
Oh, beat up your friend.
Something just happened.
Do it again. Now live with the guilt.
An intruder?
Maybe he didn't care for it that much.
Doubt Seer expected me to use it like
But
that.
indefinitely postpone. Oh well, we'll just have to wait for David Cage's Star Wars game instead. Howdy, howdy. How you doing?
Everywhere.
Welcome back, Redneck Ninja. Maybe you can play original KOTOR for us on stream? When it comes to old BioWare games, I'd rather play Jade Empire for everyone first. It's just that I can't find a version of that game I could fucking play. But the only way I could play it is if I just like emulate an Xbox and play it. Like all the PC versions of it don't work. I want David Cage, Star Wars to be Star Wars retheme and heavy rain. This one, Star Wars, but dumb. Okay, well, Star Wars is already pretty bad. Are you sure you want to do more damage to it?
I can't fight anymore.
Why won't it let me do my thrust attack? Okay, now I did it. Weird how that works. Like if I counter someone first, I can't do it. I guess you can do it after you're like, I don't know. Dart's thrust scream is weak. Well, I can't help. It's like weird how you gotta use it. You can't use it and you can't combo with anything.
Assert your dominance.
Maybe it's glitching. I don't know. I think it's just like not very well good, not a very good move. We gotta use stream on. Uh-oh.
What are you doing down there?
I gotta just say, assert your dominance. I believe so. He's probably been watching too much like alpha male YouTubers. Like, this is what my YouTuber told me to do.
I'm done with this place.
Turbo Dogs. What? Turbo Dogs, a local favorite. Several exposés have attempted to shed light on the popular product's meat sourcing. This has done nothing to dampen its appeal. That looks good. Yeah, he's got that nice, classic jawline. And it could go over there, couldn't it? Wasn't there like another? No, I guess not. Sure, well. Comedy answer to how do we make our pro tag look older? Or just a show, it's like, it's been a, time. It's not really comedy though. A lot of guys will, put on the stubble. He did look really young in the first game, so maybe that's also it. But then again, Prince of Persia did that as well with its second game. It's like, how do we make our prince, like, edgy? Give him a beard. And here I am still unable to grow decent facial hair, so I don't even try. I can never truly be, I can never have a sequel, chat, where I get to look, more, edgy. Wow, it takes forever to get new abilities, doesn't it? Jesus, fuck. I'm like starving over here for skills. Not a man yet, one day. I mean, I still get fucking voice cracks. Just be grateful your natural facial hair isn't the actual shaggy goatee. That's what I grow. I mean, what you got, what you got. I mean, I got other blessings.
Okay,
but
let's go.
every once in a while, like, like sometimes I think, you know what? I'd look good with stubble. Like, they just, like in the 5 o'clock shadow. But if I wanted, I have to, like, wait like a week, and then even that great, even afterward. Am I talking about my dick? No, I'm talking about my hairline is my blessing. You have a good jawline. I mean, that's the thing is, like, I guess if you have the jawline, you don't really need it, but there's no reason you can't have both. Have the jawline plus the beard, the nice facial hair. But like I said, all my hair goes to the top of my head. Weirdly, I do suffer from hair loss, but it's not on my head. It's the hair above my ankles. I mean, I'm not complaining. If there's any hair that wants to fall out, that's fine with me if it's down there.
They want me.
I just never heard of that law. You can, like, lose your ankle hair. Oh, wind them into a death. You keep all the toe hair? I don't have toe hair.
Cal, good to see you. All right.
Like I said, it's just like the hair right above and around my ankles.
Spoke too soon. I'll take the Inquisitor.
It's like,
Get
alright,
that
that's
other
fine.
gunship off my back. On it.
I'll take that thing off. Knuckle hair? I don't have knuckle hair.
We gotta take her out.
Oh, my spine. Arm hair? Yes, I have arm hair. But it's not exactly like really thick, but it's there. I don't have like the really hairy arms that some guys have. Like I said, I don't have any back hair, like no chest hair, and also no ass hair. Like I said, I'm not lighting all my hair went to the top of my head, 'cause that's very thick. God, that's stupid. The helicopter lightsaber. Yeah, that's my name.
You know, I've been dreaming of this day. Exquisite! Don't be scared of me, too. Come closer, quit playing games! No! Here, Jedi! A chorus of hurricane!
What difficulty is on normal?
Impressive! But you're hurting bad inside, Kestis. I can sense it. All the guilt you're feeling for those fools you led to their deaths makes you so predictable. Come on, attack me! Relax. You're dead already.
Help me, here.
I'll take your lips off.
Oh no, she's got ultra instinct.
Love that sound. Want another? Don't push me away. No way.
Into the fire. No?
This'll be good.
Right here, bud.
Almost felt that. Well, do something. You failed your friends. You'll fail yourself.
Oh, I didn't know I could do that.
My turn. How's that feel?
Oh, dual stance required. Cal can now use dual stance. Could he use that in the first game? I know he had the double bladed and you had the regular, but I don't think he had dual, did he? Dual stance allows for fast. Yeah, you could. Yeah, you could. Strikes an upgradable force parry, but offers less total stamina.
So impressive.
BD.
You're done. No, little rat. Right where I want you. Farewell, the skin. once and for all. Don't resist.
I wish like knocking her into the fire was actually a real thing.
Not this time. I dare you. Take your shot. No escape.
The dual stance equipped hold triangle to automatically parry most attacks, including projectiles, requires force. Alright.
Oh, I like to play with fire.
Okay, there we go.
Masana!
How did that not cut you in half?
You were a Jedi Knight before you betrayed our order. Your name was Masana Tide.
Yeah, but now I'm just like a troll thing. Misty Lee, she did voice acting for Rekka and Hi-Fi Flash and was Sigrun and God of War Ragnarok, huh?
It's time to set you free. Yeah. I'm okay.
So apparently you get this voice actor lady, but she wants a big angry woman voice acting character. Alright. Single, double-bladed, the luck of rogue Jedi Kestis seemed to lack. Okay. Keep trying to read all the pop-ups it keeps giving me, so... Was there really a point to bring her back if she just dies pointlessly in the first stage? I guess like the first boss fight in the game is alright. And I have like all three stances on my D-pad. I only have two. Alright. Kind of annoying. You can only ever have two at a time, and you can only change your loadout or meditation. Yeah, that's kind of dumb. You gotta meditate to kind of like use my... It was just a pop-up that said you can change stances of meditation points. Reading is fundamental. Well, I was reading other things, you know. So they don't tell you, but you can do like a thrust or like a spin. Like if you just do this, you moving on. I mean, it seems like it'd be... I mean, I guess they'd have to have that little robot attached to your down button on the D-pad, but you could have all three. I mean, I'm assuming you only get the three stances, but so having just one you gotta switch on. It's kind of like bad design. Alright, moving on. There are 5. Oh, they've added more stances. There's only like, what? There's like dual-bladed 2 sabers, single saber, then I guess, what, the hilted one from the new movies? Where you get like your energy coming out the sides of it? What are the... I guess we'll find out what they are.
It's only the Force.
Alright, we got... Okay. More skill points. We can't use... we got... Holding triangle to deal faster strikes to a single enemy. Cyclone slash... Hold square after a basic attack to perform a powerful overhead swing. Improved footwork. Lunging strike now reaches further. Press L1 just before contact to reflect up to 2 blaster projectiles in a row. Press triangle when the air to attack straight down to the target. Hold L1 and press square to attack and leap backwards, creating distance. I think I'll put some into this point into survival. Right, Cal's maximum lifespan. Hold. Okay. My powers have doubled since last game. He seems like he's actually... No, they haven't. What's up, Iga? How you doing tonight? I guess they couldn't have him, you'll have to relearn. Yeah. He still got some of his powers from the first game. Alright. This is a very long first level, by the way. I should also start a fresh recording because I've been in this one for quite a while. Depressed, but trying to make jokes to not pay attention to it? Oh, I'm sorry, man. But that is not... That's what I did. Trust me. That's what saved my ass. Oh, it's a Grok bot or something, right? A Gonk droid. G&K series power droid is renowned as an excellent portable battery unit. They are nicknamed Gonk droids both in reference to their series classification and their signature baritone vocalization. How's the performance on my end? This is on PS5. So far it's ran pretty well. But I've heard the PC version is kind of garbage. I demand to destroy the Gonk.
Boat, Bravo. Are you there? Let's get back to the Mantis. If the others made it out, they'll meet us at the hangar. If not...
The others, like one dude survived, my man.
He's mine! Stay calm. Attacking the enemy. Hurry, end it! Am I even close to hitting him? Keep your distance and fire!
Why not switch to that one? You know, why not? Only good for multiple enemies. Wouldn't want Dart to attack on Sins because they bought the worst version of the game. I mean, good point. Wait, what did this shoot? We programmed this thing to shoot the local billboards. Wait, is that us on that? Oh, yeah. Hey, that's the old us. We got a beard now. Didn't need to update the picture. I'm about to die. Where am I? Wait, that guy like I froze time or slowed it down. He still got me. Wait, I didn't mean. What was that on screen? Shit. Not the horny purge troopers. Wait, what did he say? I'm sorry. What was that? About horny purge troopers? One sequel later in Cal said, yeah, I've noticed that. Yeah, his leg animations are a bit weird. See, like right there, he had like a hitch in his leg. I'm assuming it's some kind of like animation blending going on. Or just how they animate. I don't know how the studio works. They're always incredibly enthusiastic to go fight you in Fallen Order and seem to get off on it. You hurt me more, Cal. At this point, they should just equip all stormtroopers with these batons, because that's the only time they're actually a threat. Did you see the video where Mark Hamill teaches Monaghan the ways of the Force? No, I don't usually go look at Star Wars stuff.
Heads up! Understood. They're pretty quick. Hold on.
So are these troopers like trained in the Force? Is that why they can do what they do? Parry game is weak. Damn, man. Have to make it that harsh. It's like the first level in the game. Give me time. There. What's up here? Why is it just a rope levitating? Okay, this is a little lazy, you gotta admit. You gotta admit that's a little lazy. Yeah, there's like a rope coming down from the ceiling. It's not even attached. No, it's science. No, Chad. It's Star Wars technology. Oh, it works. Thank you for the bits, by the way. Yo, Cal, you're beginning to feel a bit like Ratchet and Clank with your like grind railing all over the place.
Look what we found.
I feel like I got a little bit of heartburn. Not enough that I need to take some Tums, but there's a little bit there.
You are alive.
Thanks to this crazy son of a Gundark.
You're hurt.
I'll manage. What happened to the Inquisitor?
Dead. Gaps. And the twins. I should have.
They knew what they signed up for. We need to get topside and transmit that intel to Saw Gerrera. That's how we honor the fallen.
Darth Vader be in this game? Probably not. That's like a big surprise for the first game. It wouldn't really have the same impact if they did it again.
Not the valet service I was hoping for.
Bravo. You got Overwatch?
On it.
All right. I'll draw the fire. You hit them when they aren't looking.
Let's get some payback. See you in the next scrapper.
It's a lot of dudes.
You ready, Cal?
Yeah. You get their attention. I'll flank them.
I'll cover both of you from here. Good luck. I'd say we overstayed our welcome.
Let's get this over with.
Still gonna be needing this one. Doesn't Darth Vader body you in the last game? You can really only run from him. He's not even really a boss fight. He's more like a just like a scenario. I feel like there's something you can do with that, but I just don't have the ability yet. Yeah, there's stuff back there. Stuff.
Let's do this. I need to focus.
Can't get this stuff. I guess we gotta come back for the stuff.
Got some company, and it isn't friendly. I'm with you, Cal. You can't keep hiding. Take that. I don't want some of that. Blaster's hot.
That's how a Jedi still killed.
You okay? I want some more action. Who's next? We got company again. Some for me. Looks like that was our last gunner. You must do slowly. Hey, more! Now, catch me! Come on, attack me! Keep fighting! Get higher!
Yeah, he does have like a he's horny for battle kind of on, doesn't he? Like, I just want to fucking kill.
Hey, buddy, Stim. That hit the spot.
You're right, Banks. They still are like, they are just totally horny for battle. They're like that anime character type. Oh, don't tell me he exposits for the player. Everyone exposits for the player anymore. Oh, shit. Combat dialogue is a very lost art. Sometimes it's better not to have it. You have human dismemberment turned on? Yeah, but it doesn't happen very often. Gingers, let's go. Yep, we're like one of the few ginger male characters. What's up, Lucky?
Z95. Nice. That one's all yours, Bode. Had a hunch this might be a hot exit. See you both in the air.
Ready?
Is it me or does his
It's been a great
face look
first
weird?
date
Who,
and all,
Cal?
but I still haven't gotten paid.
Well, this developer isn't the best at faces, I've noticed.
Got the other on the Mantis. When things cool off, come and find me. We'll settle up.
Yeah, sure, I can trust you.
You saw the intel. A lot more work to be done.
Looks like I made the cut, huh, BD?
Bode?
How was your day, Lucky?
May the
What have you
force
been
be
up
with
to?
you.
You're a great fighter, Cal. Let's see how well you fly.
So if we just get this ship to our own? Like, didn't this belong to that one space
How we looking, BD?
guy? I forget his name.
Oh. Whatever it is, I'll have to wait until we get someplace safe.
Just left a teaching gig and about to head home. Have a safe drive, by the way. What was the class you're teaching today?
No traffic. Looks like this portal's under maintenance.
As soon as we breach the surface, jump to light speed.
Gotta take the risk. We've already overstayed our welcome.
We're doing the Death Star run? Sort of. The Coruscant run.
We got company.
On my mark, hit the brakes. We'll drop behind it.
The brakes? When flying? Oh, STEAM initiatives for parents, so I teach adults STEAM-based projects they can do with their kids and STEAM, as in like the water vapor.
More coming. I'll peel off, draw a few away.
Thanks, Bode. Good luck.
You too, Cal. See you soon.
This looks janky. I mean, I'm not controlling it, so that's all it jank. Jank only matters if you're controlling someone, technically.
Can't shake him.
Hold on.
That's one way to do it.
Learn that move from you. There's our exit. We're almost there.
All coming in from the surface.
And on our tail. We're trapped.
Shields down. We're almost.
Uh-oh. Another friend lost. Stim, oh, stim, not steam. You had the art into me. Okay, I was very confused for a minute.
Back there. Mind running diagnostics while I transmit the intel? Sent. Let's hope this information does some good.
Many NPCs died to bring us this information. Wait, did you not get a photo taken and just have someone draw you on DeviantArt or something? Because that looks weird.
Hey, BD. Hey, are you making a Howell movie? Hey, let's make sure I look good, right? Get my best side, right? Breaks off my table, kid.
Well, it's as we hoped. This book is a copy from the Jedi Archive.
That's great, Seer.
Oh, is that one of those books they burn in that one movie?
Patience.
The Jedi art, the Jedi
War
texts.
won't be won soon. Or by us alone.
Why is in the future our video camera technology so shit? Did we really not figure out that interlacing isn't a good look?
And I have seen only
Well, technically this is the past, but you know what I mean. If they can figure out star travel, they can figure out 4K.
But one day, I will return to Dathomir and whisper what I have learned to my sleeping sisters.
Oh, it's our
They were
goth
nothing
girlfriend.
blinded.
BD1 is downright horrible for doing this. Hey, Cal, your new team is dead. So go get your old one back. Yeah, that is kind of weird.
An old family recipe like this.
That he'd be like, you know what? Maybe he's just programmed that way.
What do you think? Mara.
It's good. Could use some more salt.
Too much salt is bad for you.
It's wonderful, Grace.
I'd actually pay credits for this.
So why'd the old team split up?
I might start charging you, Cal. Hey, does anybody else smell something burning?
Are you gonna miss those red shirts? Remember their names? No. They just didn't like his beard and they had to let him go. And he kept the ship.
Gyro's failing. We need that. Any ports nearby that won't turn us in for a reward? Yeah. Pull up the Kobo system. That's where you settle down. Out in the middle of nowhere. Could be a good place to lay low. If anyone knows how to fix up the Mantis, it's greased Dritus. Think we can make it?
Customize 7 parts of the 7. Yeah, but it's so tiny you never really notice it.
You know how he is about mess.
Alright, let's check out the ship again. My food is delivered. It's still storming outside. What'd you get? What was on the menu? Oh yeah, couldn't you like have like a garden in the original game? Cutscenes feel like they go into 30 frames per second. That's not unusual, to be honest with you. Took out all our plants. I know well, we got the one. Maybe this didn't like horticulture. What is this? That just looks like a durian. Assembly. Workbenches unlocked. Lightsabers and BD1 can now be customized at workbenches found throughout the game. You can now change your lightsaber blade color, except you can't turn it red, can you? You can also change lightsaber components, materials, and wear condition. Additional lightsaber customizations options can be found throughout the game. Now customize BD1's parts, materials, paint, and condition.
Let's get this back on the workbench.
Think you can turn it red? Isn't that like you gotta be dark side for it to ever go red, since you corrupt the crystal in it?
Reevaluate.
Also, like I thank you for the gifts of the goat. All right. Oh wow, such differences. This one has a slant on the top of it. This one don't.
That should do it.
Honestly, I like the original version of it. Keep it. What's materials? Oh, well, okay. We can change its color scheme. Do wish the components had some combat bonuses instead of being... Yeah, I mean, you never... it's always too small to really make it out anyways. Oh, we can have the purple lightsaber, huh? Ink lightsaber. It's called magenta. I'll stick for blue for now.
Pretty proud of this one.
Only Sam Jackson gets a purple. Yeah, well, that was because he was like he wanted to stand out. We'll make you gunmetal. There we go.
Ready to roll with this.
Looks like each color has its own pulse and sound effect, did it? Wonder if I should, yeah, I'll stick with, I always want to keep single on there, but, I think I'll keep it as is. Do they have their own pulse? I mean, yeah, you might be right, but it's hard to tell. Yep, they do.
That'll do. We're almost there. Let's head up to the cockpit.
What about down here? I'm sure she's a retired porn star. I'm sorry, what? Who are we talking about? Oh shit, great. Okay, yeah, she is, definitely. Yeah, I might switch to the dual wield for the next level. She's playing this? Well, she's a streamer now. Of course she'd be playing it. Reflect.
Haven't used these since the scrapyard on Braca. Prof gave them to me. Cordova's toolbox from Bogano. Most of his things are probably still there, waiting for someone. The Shio bird's feather is supposed to bring good luck.
Oh, my salt shaker.
There's Grease's salt shaker.
Whoa, I guessed it.
Where did I put the pepper?
I was joking, you know? I thought it was gonna be like, oh, my space energy capsule. Like, what? Who gets has... Come on, you don't put a salt shaker. It's like, oh, you get sentimental over it. Grease's old salt shaker.
Every day I wonder if I made the right call.
It's like, shed a tear, like, remember the good times. Also, chat, grinders superior to shakers. Always get yourself a salt or pepper grinder. Never buy that cheap, I mean, buy some peppercorns to go with it. Never get like just like really, to be honest, like already pre-ground pepper, way worse. Especially if it's like the finely ground stuff. It's like putting cigarette ashes on your food. I know a lot about grinder. Shut up, you. You know what I mean? It's like pepper, salt, and pepper grinders. Like, your pepper is way better if you buy peppercorns and grind it up. But I actually, salute you on that, excellent joke, by the way. That was a good one. But, that's a bit of cooking, expertise for me. Pre-ground pepper is easier. Yeah, it just doesn't taste as good. It doesn't, I don't know. I've noticed a massive difference. I mean, if you are gonna get, pre-ground pepper, that's fine. Just never get that finely ground stuff where it's like a really fine powder. That is like gross. You do have a pepper grinder, it's way, but what the fuck?
Let's land.
I want to answer you on what? Where's Seri? Who's Seri again? If you're asking about characters in this game, we don't know yet.
Got anything?
Customize his appearance in the pause menu.
Starting sublight entrance. Nice one, buddy.
Star Wars. I thought they were only on Tatooine.
Gotta put her down. Hold on, BD.
I can't do a Jawa impression. What? God damn, man. You came here to repair this thing.
completely
I got more
fried.
than just that damage now, you know.
We won't be flying again without repairs.
Only reason to use a powdered pepper is if that's all you can afford. I mean,
Hey,
you could still buy the more. You could
must
buy
be the
regular
outpost.
ground pepper. It's more, you know, solid.
guess
It's
we
just that
finally
really
get to see
fine
Breeze's
powdery stuff. It's
cantina.
like sprinkling cigarette ashes on your food, I feel.
Okay.
But if that's all you got, it's all you got.
Come on.
I mean, it'll still be pepper. Okay, off, have a good night. Use coarse ground, yeah. I mean, that's that's better than using the fine stuff. But if you ever can, get yourself a pepper grinder and buy peppercorns. You'll thank yourself. Did you get the deluxe edition? No, I never spring for more than. I mean, I'm already paying $70 for this game. That used to be the price for deluxe editions of games, you know. But no, I'm not spending any more than I have to. It's usually just like, would you like to have the soundtrack an exclusive, costume to wear? Or it's like, no, that ain't worth $10. No, thank you. Your game is barely worth $70. Hell, it probably isn't worth $70. You love Cal in the story, so you get the deluxe. I mean, what does it come with, though? I mean, you still get Cal in the story, even on the regular version. On BD visor, press R3 to open BD binoculars.
That is one big beast. We have our target. Now let's reach it.
Get to beast. Actually planning on the collection edition, but I feel if you're buying a collector's edition, that means you would never actually be opening it to play it, since you want to keep it as a collector's item. At least that's what I always thought a collector's item would be for. You buy it because, oh, this will go open value. Even though they're selling millions of copies of it. Speaking of deluxe editions, boy, do I have a story for you. I got the base edition from Steam, and someone at EA fucked up because the price to upgrade from base to deluxe, which should have been 1,300 rupees, became 1,400 rupees. Ooh, a 10x increase, huh? Keep in mind the deluxe edition is 4,799 rupees. I'm assuming it's probably been fixed by now. Buy collector's editions only when they're worthy display. When they come, yeah, sometimes they do come with like a very unique, like, I mean, like say the Resident Evil 4, the original OG version of it came with like a chainsaw. Or like some of those Master Chief versions that come with like a helmet. That's somewhat worth maybe getting a collector's edition for, I would say. But if you're just like getting, here's the soundtrack, here's some special item you can wear in game, and well, give us your fucking money. That's all you get.
Last time I saw a Lucre Hulk was Braca.
Very rare, so I only buy them once every like 5 to 6 years.
Say now.
That's a bit better.
Mantis won't repair itself.
Doesn't Devil May Cry 5 come with Dante's jacket? I don't. If it does, that's a very expensive version, because that's like if it's like meant to be leather, you're looking at several $1,000s for something that much leather. But Capcom does like to sell clothes with their games. They did it for Resident Evil 4 as well. I would not mind owning Leon's like leather jacket. It's just that if you want it, it's a couple $1,000. Unless you want to get like a cheaper like cosplay version, but if you want to get the legit thing, it's $2,000 or $3,000, I think.
Doesn't look like this gate is working.
My goal is to get his jacket. Are you saving up for it? I mean, it does look really comfy, but oof. I've never spent, the most I've ever spent on any single piece of clothing is like $150, and even that was like, I don't know. What? Bird. You only like one person in chat? I mean, that's perfectly fine. I mean, why would you limit yourself in the friends you can make? Clearly, you have not tasted the caramel pleasures of Balenciaga. No, but I've watched the memes. All the AI stuff of it. And I gotta say, it looks dumb as hell, if that's what it looks like. It feels like sometimes fashion, the really expensive fashion, just feels like it's trolling stupid people with a lot of money. Like, I don't know how you convince any people to wear that shit without, like, dying of embarrassment. I wonder how difficult it is to actually start a fashion company. I mean, you don't really have to have any sense for what looks good. You can just, like, make up anything. And if you pay someone who's good looking enough to wear it, you're set. What you ever spent is about the same, and it was for a full set of black Sith robes, roke, and all. And like, for me, it was like a pair of jeans. It was like 150 bucks. I was like, yeah, they're really nice as I got them. Oh, what? See that there.
Well done.
A shribberpede. And amongst Kobo locals as springers. How ironic. Oof. Oof. Rip. Feel the same way about those artistic expensive restaurants. Artistic expensive. I mean, there's just what's an artistic expensive restaurant? I know of expensive restaurants, but I never heard them described as artistic.
Rusted, like everything else around here.
The camouflaging bugs from Resident Evil 4 Remake seem to have found their way into Star Wars. Well, these are, I mean, camouflaging bugs, I mean, they do that in nature, so it's kind of not uncommon to see it, replicated in games. Can you say something to take my mind off stuff? I feel like I'm gonna have an anxiety attack right now. I mean, I am saying things. I don't know what to say to take your mind off something like that, because I don't know what your anxiety is about. Will random noises help, sir? I can do random noises.
Boys, Valdez.
If I do I shake my keys in your face? Like, oh, I don't know. You put me on the spot now. Seeing country roads, that would just like give me anxiety. Country roads, take me home. See, there you go. Anxiety solved, hopefully. Trust me, therapy isn't like Dart's strong suit. Yeah, it's no one's strong suit generally, unless you're trained in it. Say something funny, clown? Yeah, but if you tell anyone to say anything funny, they will never be able to. It has to come naturally. I don't care who it is, the best comedian in the world, you just go in there like, hey, make me laugh funny, man. They were like, what? Everyone will like, either out of spite, because they don't want to be told what to do, or now that you've just put them on the spot, like, I'm off hours, man. Someone who has drone stand-up, that is very true. Has done stand-up, that's very true, yeah. You tell anyone to do something like that isn't like rote memorable work, all of a sudden it's like, what? I never trained for this situation. Took one of my anxiety meds and I'm waiting for it to kick in. Well, that'll help you out far more than anything I could say. Wait, droids? Oh, yeah.
Droids.
But they were all destroyed in the Clone Wars. True, Dart, we ask you to be funny all the time and you never are. I understand. I mean, I come here asking for an intelligent conversation about things and I've never once gotten it. So we both are a little bit disappointed in each other. Some of the animations for like the dual-bladed one kind of stiff. Like, I feel like he's, like, training to be on, like, what's the name of the people in high school who have the batons for, like, games? Like, go Tigers! He just looks like he's stiff while doing these. versus this, the single blade, which looks like there's more weight and follow through with all the attacks. Cheerleaders, where there's cheerleaders and there's like the cheerleaders, and there's the ones that do the baton twirling. Is what I was thinking of. See, this has like fluid animations that don't just like seem stilted. Color guard, I guess that's what they might be called. Versus this. We in a rave? I mean, he might as well be like dancing to that. Consider how stiff that looked.
What about survivors?
No, none. Understand?
For the Bedlam Raiders!
What? Kill him!
You, get up here and attack!
He's dead!
Focus on the enemy!
Oh, fuck.
Watch this!
You need to do better than that! Not done yet.
These don't look like any separatists I remember. Bedlam Raiders? What has Gray's gotten himself into?
Raider, come on. I could spin around with a stick too, and I wouldn't look as stupid. You say that, but there's a thing called Star Wars Kid that exists because someone who thought the exact same thing. It didn't go well for him.
Check it out, BD. Priorite.
One of the first memes, you know, that was spread on the internet. Alright, I'm assuming I die if I jump into that, even though it's water. Star Wars Kid. That wasn't a dated reference, what was it? Well, it's dated, but it wasn't really a reference. It was me explaining how, like, twirling around with a, you know, something pretending it's a lightsaber doesn't always work out. You don't look nearly as cool as you think you do. No, I should be casting a shadow with my head since this thing is directly behind my head shining light. Sorry to just drop that on you. I know. We all have our moments of weakness, man. Don't worry about it. Here, I'll make him spin funny for you. Crazy Legs Cal here is here to entertain. But I hope you're doing well despite the anxiety. Hopefully that's just like a, you know, the medication is kicked in. Ray tracing and not this one? Nope, doesn't seem like it. Oh.
Not feeling so great, BD.
Jump scare? Yeah, that's what I would call that.
Just look at that thing. Bree sure picked an interesting place to live.
Kill birds. Back. Fuck. I guess you can call those birds. They look like they got heads of cats, though. Use the force. I tried. You can't pull them back. They're immune.
Is that a giant crater? Wow. I got it so easy. Guard the cliff, crush the locals, look at the scenery. Nobody's getting past me. Not without a blaster hole in him. I wonder if I'll get promoted for doing such a good job.
These things aren't supposed to be this independent, are they?
Other droids to guard the cliff. Oh,
Got him!
then I won't see the scenery.
Oh, thank you for the 100 bits, by the way.
That's a dilemma.
Now you just feel bad, don't you, Cal? Separatist battle droids have always been that way. You know, that, speaking of more shit about Star Wars, it makes no sense. I've mentioned before that how like no living thing should have to ever work or should ever be able to get a job in the world of Star Wars, since they have advanced robots that can do all that are also, you know, artificially intelligent. If you have like, look at the conversations we're having now about people finally getting scared about AI. How come like the world of Star Wars never had to go through that? Like, how come they're like, I mean, like if you have like literally armies of robots that can fight for you, they should like kick your ass. You should just build more. Cactus ball, what? That was something from that. Kinda missed the shitty goofiness of the prequel trilogy. Well, it was only shitty goofiness because everyone memed it so hard because it was shit. It was just shitty. But yeah, it doesn't feel like there's much goofiness or fun in Star Wars anymore. Or at least any of it that's any good. Thing you just said was already done in Mandalorian Season 3. Everyone on a planet is lazy and droids do all the work. On just one planet? I mean, the entire galaxy should be that way. But it's glad they're finally, and like I said, no one should be serving in the military ever. If they have robots, they can do it. They come from this way? I see. So Star Wars was made before the AI was even a talking point. Well, it doesn't matter if it's made before it's a talking point. People being worried and like writing about AI has been a thing since like the 50s. Well before Star Wars was made. I mean, HAL 9000 or what it was that was before Star Wars. That was all the story about how AI would like, you know, maybe the AI will just fucking kill us. But you know, you can't really expect George Lucas to think of the, you know, the deep lore, I guess you could call it. Or think about the, you know, the beyond service level, you know, world building. You can tell I'm not a Star Wars fan, right? That I really don't think it's that hot shit. I've never really been that impressed with it.
I think it's safe to say these droids have new masters.
Battle droid. Star Wars didn't want to start the took our gerbs. I mean, took our gerbs. I mean, that took our damn robot job. I'm shocked you've only told us 8 times this stream. Actually, only once. But I feel like reiterating it because I want to convince people that Star Wars ain't that great. It feels like the time is now, because a lot of people are really, you know, disappointed in the franchise. But I honestly, it does feel like the only time anyone's ever liked it is the original stuff. And it will never be that good again. Star Wars is just an amalgamation of different inspirations. I'm aware. I know all the story about it. I mean, it's mainly just like Pulp Fiction and samurai flicks. Like, didn't George Lucas want to license like some kind of old Pulp Fiction sci-fi thing first? Like Flash Gordon, I think it's called. I know nothing about Flash Gordon. I think it's what he wanted to do originally.
We're sinking. Ugh, gotta move.
It's in your boots. And Dune, yeah, Dune's a, you know, legacy one as well. I'm not actually a big fan of Dune either, though.
That is a lot of tar.
Like, I like the lore and world building of Dune a lot, but I when I read the original novel, I was like, this is a rough read.
That doesn't sound good. Okay, so they explode.
Isn't the swamp from the never-ending story? I mean, I don't think that's the first swamp in fiction to ever just like pull someone down. You need specifically a horse that gets pulled in because of sadness. Okay, I guess I gotta blow that up. What? Oh, come on, game. There's no way that much fluid filled up that quickly. Oh, well. The Bog of Eternal Stench. Is that what it was called? I gotta be honest, I have not seen Neverending Story in a very, very long time. I just remember the kid, like, reading the book and then, like, him finally realizing the characters know about him. I know there was also a really shitty sequel to it where the kid gets, like, a magic wish-granting belt that makes his memory makes him lose memories whenever he makes a wish on it. You got 2 shitty sequels? I only know about the 1.
Stuck ship, huh? Tell me about it. Wish we could help.
You're a Jedi, you can literally lift it. Have you watched Labyrinth with David Bowie? I love going back to that one every now and then. No, I know about it, but I've never watched it. For the longest time, I did not want to watch any movie that had either stop-motion animation or puppets in it. There's, for some reason, a massive turn-off to me as a kid. It's like, ugh. I just did not like it at all. How do you feel about the new Indiana Jones game by Machine Gun? We know nothing about it right now other than they're making it, so I can't have any feelings on it. Now, I hope it ends up being good. I'm assuming it's going to probably play something like an Uncharted game, though. We can't actually do anything about that. But that's been how many years since that was announced and still nothing? I'd actually be a little bit worried about it by now. Oh, we unlocked it. We can now wear a short beard. And you can see David Bowie's bulge. Yeah, I'm aware of it, that it's a children's movie where there's a lot of cock in it. I saw an examination button. There it is. Fuck, hold on, let me examine, hit the button. Is the game glitching on me? The chest gave you a haircut? Yep. You gotta unlock them, man. Then you gotta take the picture. You unlock the photo, you take it to your barber. How did it... Dart having a string? No, there's like an investigation, a click R3 prompt appearing right here, but now it's not appearing anymore. I'm not sure why. Oh well. Very like stealth attacks in this. There is. Sort of. Hey guys, Nancy Drew turns 93 today. The first books began being published April 28th, 1930. I really only know about her from like all the really kind of really shitty looking point and click adventure. Well, not even point and click adventure games. They're like, you'll like choose what's different in this scene game. Does she have an OnlyFans by any chance? Just wondering, you know, for research purposes. You can disable these small battle droids with a single force push. It is fun to take a bunch of them down that way. Yeah, that's how you, yeah. I've just been like slicing them up. How dare you call the games bad? They're comedy gold. What? The click find all the things different in this image? I don't know if I'd call that comedy gold. Maybe there's some of them out there that are really cringy that's fun to watch streamers play, but most of them you never want to touch. How come is there any like, wasn't there like another series of for the same author? It's like about boys though? Artie or something? Was it just as old as Nancy Drew? Or did Nancy Drew come first? They're not search and find, they're actual point and click adventures with puzzle. I just know there's a lot of the, you know, those games are like, find the differences in this image, and like, I don't know who they're made for, but I guess they sell. Party Boys? Oh, so is it like the same world as Nancy Drew?
They'll understand in the end. If there are any of them left, you guard this area and leave that body. Let others see what happened here. Not that
They cross over a bunch. Why is it so popular that they've been around nearly 100 years though?
This is JEDI. Lowering expectations.
They, oh fuck, where'd you come from? They were the inspiration for Scooby-Doo and shit?
Help! Eat it!
Ooh, there went his arm. Original hip young teens solving mysteries. I'm assuming the author is long dead, then just like the family of it that owns the rights to it, or maybe like the book publishing company. Yeah, the author would have to be dead, unless he started writing when he was like 1. Or her, maybe it's a her. But I'm just seeing what else I can cut through chat. Chat, why has there not been a Star Wars game where you're a Jedi that has the same cutting mechanic as Metal Gear Rising? Why is that? Why has no one else put that together? That's what the people want. It's what the people need. Well, he dead.
Killers.
You said that earlier. I don't know. I think a lot of people probably wonder that. It's just they never make it. Honestly, I'm still surprised to this day that mechanic didn't catch on, and that they're really the only game that ever did it, because it's such a good mechanic. Especially after it became like a big, you know, internet meme. Like, this game's fucking cool, but no one ever else does it. I think there's one other game that does it, and it's not that great. But it's a video game based off Afro Samurai that sort of also does the mechanic where you slice through everything. How many of you ever seen Afro Samurai? That game was shit. I never played it, but I heard it wasn't that great. The first anime, though, of Afro Samurai is pretty good. The second one was kind of shit, though. Astral Chain used it, another... Yeah, did it? I don't remember, like, the enemies. I don't remember really, like, slicing through them in the same... Maybe it's, like, a much toned-down version of it. I have, yeah, first Afro Samurai. Fuck, I was like, oh, this shit's fucking slaps. I was really excited for, like, the sequel series that came out. I was like, this shit don't slap. This one doesn't spark joy. Training. Sharpen the abilities of a Jedi. Let's see. Cal recovers additional life when using a stim canister. And we'll grab that. I think the main difference with Nancy's mysteries were, well, actually kind of scary at times, and she actually regularly risked her life. Scooby-Doo dumbed it down quite a bit. How come Nancy Drew and Party Boys or whatever never got their own animated TV show then? Like all the, like, Scooby-Doo did. Or did they? And it's, you know, very old and they don't know anything about it. Dex, what are you doing over there next to power cords?
You're no joke.
Because they were even
something?
more dated than Scooby-Doo is today. Apparently, though, they're still popular. So this is the way I gotta go, but I don't know. Let me check my map. Nope, this is, you know, bonus material. Eating good tonight. I don't know if you want to eat this thing. Chad, how many of you remember the original live-action Scooby-Doo movie? And how fucking on crack that movie was?
A nest. Looks like it dragged its prey back here and...
Like, the literal villain of it is Scooby-Doo. I mean, Scrappy-Doo. Walking around inside a robot human of a British, you know, comedian. And he's been absorbing the souls of people so he can turn into a demon to get revenge on them for kicking him out of the van because he was pissing on everyone. That is the actual plot. James Gunn hated making it because he originally was led to believe he was going to be allowed to make it rated R. What would you even get in a rated R Scooby-Doo movie? Scrappy was a villain and it made sense. I mean, it was work. I mean, it's entertaining. I can't deny I didn't like laugh at it. But it's like, what the fuck am I watching? Sarah Michelle Gellar was great as Daphne. Yeah, I can agree. Like, most of the cast was actually really good. I just remember, like, what... Because I didn't really know much about Scooby-Doo at the time. I'd never watched it as a kid. So I was like, what? So I was convinced to watch the movie. I was like, what the fuck is this? Is this like canon? Is this how it's supposed to be? The only thing I knew about Scooby-Doo at the time is that there was no real monsters in it. They always just, like, was a guy with a mask or something. So I was like, wait, is the dog turning into a demon? It's like all swole for some reason.
We just need to find a way through here.
I think the guy that plays Shaggy is still just basically playing Shaggy, isn't he? I know he, like, got inspired by the Shaggy power level meme a couple of years back. Like, yeah, I love this shit.
These blaster marks are messy. Lucky shots.
Gonna head out. AI guy, have a good night, man. Or a good day, I guess, for you. I'll go over there, but I don't think I can do anything with it just yet. We need stronger force. Don't worry, chat. There'll be a brand new haircut behind that big wall when we come back to this level at a later date. I need to get something to drink. My voice is getting a little hoarse. Nice deal, spin animation.
Can't use this lift from here.
There are very few perfect castings out there. That film had the magic touch of casting, the Scooby-Doo one. Like I said, I don't remember every member of it, but I do remember like they all seemed on point. There's a fade behind that wall. What about the zoomer mullet? You know, where it's all party on top, you know, business on the sides. There's a scene in one of the thousands of Scooby-Doo reboots where Daphne and Fred find a picture of something of Scrappy. Daphne asks whatever happened to him, and Fred said, "Daph, remember we promised not to talk about it." And that's in the original show? Or you mean all the reboots, you mean? Yeah, like I said, I'd have even less knowledge of that. But I'm assuming everyone hated Scrappy-Doo in the show when it originally came out. Also, about the only thing I know about Scooby-Doo is that they, for some reason, always had the Boston Globetrotter. Or whatever they had, like, or like have a bunch of cameos. Like, here's this guy from, I don't know, Barney Fife or something. Yeah, I think he was one of them, wasn't he? Don Knotts. Like, what?
These old dams aren't held together by much.
Yeah, the Boston Globetrotters were just like, you know, traveling through this, you know, Transylvania, you know, because we had a game out here, you know. I don't know why I'm making fun of children's cartoons. It's meant to be nonsensical. I'm just jaded, I guess. But we all secretly just sort of like mock the shit we like as kids, right? The best Scooby-Doo show ever made, what? Okay, I guess we're not getting up there yet. What is it, Dex? Dex, don't try to like pull my power cords out, kitty. Need those. Where the Globetrotters were superheroes. They had some good marketing, the Globetrotters, apparently, in the 70s and 80s. Scooby-Doo Mystery Incorporated was basically what Scooby-Doo was Twin Peaks. It actually stole whole scenes and episodes, so they actually had real supernatural stuff. I would say that was the weakness of the entire premise. Like, you already know how every episode's gonna end. It's gonna be like another dude that you met already in the same episode who's like wearing a mask.
Give me a sec. I want to tweak a few things.
Though I also still wonder why there hasn't been a good cooperative Scooby-Doo game where you play as the team. That feels like it's like tailor-made for a video game. I don't really need any of that. Though I will switch stances, actually, never mind.
Maybe we try some new components.
Oh, it's stance 1. That would probably turn out too much like Friday the 13th. Well, maybe. But you never know until you try. I mean, each one of the crew could have like their own special abilities. Like, Scooby's a dog, he can sniff things out. Daphne is like, she can like, I don't know, read and do math. I don't know, she was the smart one, right? No, Daphne, Velma. Daphne could, we'll get back to her. Fred could be like the one who can push heavy stuff, or like maybe do other like manly things. And Shaggy just has like a hookah he brings with him everywhere, and like, I don't know.
Oh,
Daphne can be, was she rich? I just know she was like, she was the pretty one.
Who are you?
It's okay. We're friends. What happened?
Velma stalks, well, yeah, but that's because of a really bad decision.
I ran.
Though it is getting a sequel, so it's bound to get worse. What were you doing here?
What were you doing here?
Prospecting. Trying to make a living. But the tar has jammed all the equipment. And then there's the raiders and the bugs.
It's too dangerous for you here. You should go.
I will. once I know it's safe. What were we thinking?
You can even have the special guest
Trespassing
show
on
up, so you'd have like the Boston Globetrotters, and you'll maybe Don Knotts, and that old lady from Murder, She Wrote, whatever her name was.
I told them this was a bad
Can't wait to
idea.
sit through Velma season. Why are you gonna watch it?
I'll be okay. I'll go once I see my chance.
To put Batman in it, I don't know if he might be a little too useful. Might be just a bit too useful for something like that. There's no threat once you put Batman in.
Hey, not bad.
How did we get on the Scooby? I don't know. We just did. Sometimes my chat goes in random directions, you know? You never know where it might go. 70s Batman? Okay, maybe that would be, you know, alright.
Can't use this lift yet.
If you mean like the Adam West Batman, I assume. Yes, Fred. I will go over there and use my bat tool. I don't know. I never... However he would say it. Where the fuck am I going, by the way? Okay, there's like 2 things I can jump across.
Please let me go. We won't prospect in the gorge again.
You hear that?
No, you won't.
Bat milk and cookies.
Do it.
I don't know if I want to drink anything labeled bat milk.
Call it in. Another one down.
Oops, I think I made a mistake.
This is really not pleasant.
Things weren't this easy in the war.
Sir?
Yeah, there's no challenge here. No fight. There's not a warrior among them. Just petty thieves.
At least it makes them easier to clean up.
Shark repellent spray. Did it make the shark explode?
Now, they all just reek of desperation and fear.
I can't smell anything. My olfactory sensors appear to be offline. Do I even have olfactory sensors?
As ordered. There, inside.
Oh.
Strike. That'll heal.
Some help, please. Feeling better.
Why would a robot be able to smell? I mean, you could be you could have like a part that also, I mean, just like a robot can be given cameras that see, you could give something that detects like molecules in the air. That's all that would take. Does it really smell though? I mean, you gotta keep in mind, all your senses are just your brain trying to interpret really bizarre shit. You just know it as that is because it is. Your vision, that's just your brain making use of electromagnetic radiation in the background. Like, I guess I can use that. Sound, that's just vibrating air. So smell, yeah, smell is just like some molecules drifting through the air that some special cells in your nose picks up on. Like, yeah, I guess this is, you know, useful.
A roll of mine, that is dead.
What are you talking about, robot? You're making like sounds to my controller, but you're not giving me options to do anything. All that. Roller mine. No, it's no. Back to the bat repellent. Has that ever been used in a game? I don't think so. I don't think there's even been any game that ever used any of the Adam West Batman stuff, other than maybe like a special costume to unlock. How would you even use that in a game? Made it home? Hey, congrats, Luke. What are you gonna reward yourself with after a hard day of work?
Tear him apart, Troy. No mercy. Affirmative.
Taco? Is it like one you've already... You know what? I agree. Taco, good choice. You have to make it yourself, or did you already buy one? King Shark is a shark, yes. That he is. Picked up a little food truck. Oh god, I envy everyone who gets to like get really good street food. Because we don't have that here. Outside of like a single pizza van. There used to be a really good like, you know, like guy that do like really good pulled pork, but I haven't seen him since COVID. That's what it took for me, Chad. You know, the COVID took my pulled pork sandwiches.
What have we here? Has a Jedi come wandering into my lair?
It's okay, BD.
Now if I want to make
We'll find
pulled
another
pork, I
way.
gotta make it myself, and I don't have a slow cooker. But I think he actually did something more. He like, you know, smoked that shit.
Maybe we should take up prospecting, huh, BD? What are you doing down here?
Though I have wanted to make Barria tacos for a while, I just don't want to go through the effort of like spending all day, you know, cooking meat.
Right.
Coven took your chicken and waffles restaurant in Po' Boy spot, though they closed down. That sucks. For me, it was like I said, the food truck that made pulled pork, and then also there was a Chinese place that shut down. Though I never really ate there. Options on boiled peanuts? I've never tried them. I've always, like, just eaten peanuts as they are, or I blend them up in a smoothie. That's not what you use for this. I mean, roasted walnuts are pretty good, so maybe boiled peanuts are good. I don't know. No clue on that one. Sorry. You did the cilantro and onions on it? Oh, you're one of the people who can eat cilantro, I see. Love cilantro. I learned recently that it also filters water. Oh. Oh. I don't know how you get those special kills. They just seem to happen randomly. Some folks have the soap gene. Yeah, it's kind of weird. I wonder if there's any other foods that are like that besides the old cilantro. There has to be, right? Oh, we got a vest. Soap gene, for some people, they're genetically predisposed. Cilantro is like supposedly tastes similar to soap to them.
Hey, what have you found? You want to press it, right? Those things pack a punch. Okay, now let's find a way out of this park thing.
Okay, so I gotta leave that over there. Want to follow me? Oh, I guess I gotta shoot it from there. Oh, no, I gotta take it up above me. Okay. Some of the paper test thing where more people taste the bitterness than others. Yeah, it's just like a genetic thing. Your tongue either tastes it or it doesn't. Come on. Always wondered what a kaya tastes like, but I've had multiple times to try it, but haven't. I actually never tried it either, and I've wanted to. Apparently it makes for really good fruit bowls. Hey, come up here. What are you doing? What are you stuck on? Made yourself a feel better sandwich. Probably way better than you'll make you feel better than anything I could have done. What was part of the feel better sandwich, if I don't mind, if you don't mind me asking? Classic PB&J, ham, cheese. All right, let's go over there. Hummus, tomato, beefless, okay. Beefless ground and all dressed chips on a pita. Okay, yeah, that's a pretty good sandwich.
What are we doing here? Guarding.
Hit me.
Also, someone said they were having anxiety earlier. I learned this great technique in therapy. When you're getting anxious, if you try to focus on 5 things you can see, 4 things you can touch, 3 things you can hear, 2 things you can taste, and 1 thing you can smell. But now you're making me do math, and math will make me feel anxiety. Like, oh shit, I gotta count. So you'd only make it worse for me. So.
What? What's that, bud?
Keep forgetting there's hardly any commands here. Yeah, it's just I really only use it for like the Discord. And I think there's like one for time, unless it's stopped working. And there's also one, I think it's still up for Pixel Kate's channel. But there's not really much you can do that's interesting with commands. What the fuck? Make one for a followage. I mean, I probably should. Wouldn't be a bad idea.
Whoever lived here is long
Does
gone.
Kate still stream? Not recently, she hasn't. She wants to get back into it though.
You should find somewhere to plant them.
Oh, we can start a new garden in the ship? The robot's getting fucked up over there. Wanted to rock to her streams, but her times are not same. Well, she hasn't streamed in a while since stuff going on in real life. But I assume maybe soonish she will start up again. Alright, what'd that actually do for me though? There's nothing up there. Any day now? I wouldn't promise that. Jedi's so lanky? Yeah, he's a lanky guy. His animations are kind of weird too. I don't know how to get over there. Assuming that's for a later time in the game. You got a fit body. This guy has that classic vegan body type. Like, I don't eat, anything with a face. That whack-ass fade is why you are not recognized as well, considering most of the Jedi Masters don't even have hair because they're aliens. I don't know if that's true.
All set.
Jedi would still be around if they had studied Aikido. Exactly. Jedi Master Steven Seagal wasn't there to save them. Now you give me the skill point after I went to... If you were a Jedi Master, would you try and team up with Cal? I have no idea. I might be in hiding because, the entire galaxy's out to kill me. Force skills? I never really use that, do I? Jedi concentration. Wouldn't teaming up with the Cal greatly increase your chance of survival? I mean, would it? He seems like he's doing all sorts of dangerous shit that puts his life in danger. You're just chilling out, in like some calm place. You're a lot safer. Pass on your teachings in secret like the Sith did. Why didn't any of the Jedi think of that? Like, you know what? Well, they kind of did, actually, when you think about it, but you know what I mean. Like, let's just, chill out. We'll spend, the Sith were very patient. They took, millennia to, enact their plan. Team got killed? Well, yeah, but that was kind of his own fault. Hey, Garrus, have a good night, man. You're a little robot friend. You need to flood fucking ocean here, because that's how that works.
There. That should do it. Let's keep
How would
moving.
you respond to Obi-Wan's high ground? Force push him when he jumped. That's what I would do. Like, oh, he's gonna try to jump over me? I'll just force push him while he's in the middle of air. What would my Jedi name be? I don't know, Dartigan already sounds like it could work as a Star Wars name. Or just Dart. Either one would work. Sorry, but I already know that no animal this big, land animal this big, could exist due to gravity. How's the game so far? It's pretty good. I don't like it's so far just only meeting the expectations of the first game.
I tell you to be more careful about who you scan.
Dart Daddy. Like I had the word daddy in there.
Should have left you in that rat tar nest.
I'm the sexy Jedi. They always gotta have that one Jedi is like, you know what? He's like the weird one. The sensual Sith. I may be a Sith, but I'm all about the love. Dart, you would be that Jedi who always shows off his sex. Yeah, the Force helped me get these abs. You see the Armored Core 6 gameplay trailer? Yeah, I saw that. I saw a lot of people that were like dead set on believing it was going to be like another Souls game. Like, wait, this doesn't look like Souls. It's a shooting shit. Maybe it involved gravity organs. Yes, gravity organs. How come nothing in our planet ever evolved gravity organs then? Oh, you survived that? Thoughts on Nicolas Cage as in Sailor Moon crossover? Why not? Add Vin Diesel to it as well, though. I recommend. About family. With that Armored Core, you people wouldn't have you. I've never played an Armored Core game, so I'm perfectly fine with it being whatever. But I just know, like, most of FromSoft's current fans have never played anything other than from their Souls games, because that's all they've made for, like, the past decade. So I guess they were like, you know, like, oh, this will be, like, space Souls. I don't know. Okay, I see. Is there anything over here, though? Oh, there's an animal over there. I think I can get to it though. I need probably some new piece of equipment. Someone's developing a Mecha Souls. Like, well, there was kind of like one. I forget the name of it. It wasn't that great, but it was more like you have robotic limbs or something. Like Hi-Fi Rush. Well, Hi-Fi Rush is a very different game than Souls-like games. I know what game you were talking about. It sucked. Yeah, I can't remember the name of it. I think it got a sequel, though. I know that much. That was goofy.
Is that? Boglings.
Which way am I going?
From Bogano?
The boggling. The Sergi, I think that, yeah, that is it, actually.
You think I can do that, BD?
Nope, it's impossible for a human. I want to check this other way out first. Warhammer 40k needs a Souls game? But 40k is about, like, doing a lot of shooting, though, isn't it? Wouldn't it be better for, like, fantasy Warhammer? I mean, there is melee in as well, but I don't know. I mean, someone will probably do it eventually. Since apparently anyone can make a the old Warhammer 40k game. Game looks pretty gorgeous. It's, you know, it's alright. I don't feel that concerning what it looks like, though, I don't think it should be having as much PC difficulties as it is having, though. Because it barely runs on PC. Rimmed is a third-person shooter Souls-like, so maybe. Yeah, but it's like, I don't know, I feel like a shooter just doesn't work that well in, like, a Souls-like game. Imagine the workout you get from that. Or you need to even pull it off. And this is satisfying. What, wall jumping? It's a classic video game mechanic. Just think it would fit the punishment of the... I mean, the world of it is grimdark enough for one. It's just like the world, the technology. I don't know, you'd probably like... I don't know, like, maybe like a, what, like a Space Hulk thing? Or like a high world? I don't know.
to center myself.
The Jedi forbid protein shakes. They forbid a lot of things, who knows? You don't really see too many swole Jedi, do you? Unless it's like in their species to naturally be big.
Haven't I seen you before?
You know what? I bet something like that's cute would make for a good eating. Just cook it right up with some butter.
Not a bad change of scenery. Grease's place should be around here somewhere. Yeah. Look at that.
Quite the view, ain't it? That your ship came down, Dredger Gorge?
Yeah, we had some, technical problems.
Probably met the Bedlam Raiders then.
Attacked us as soon as we landed.
Glad you're okay. What y'all doing around these parts?
Looking up an old
This is one
friend.
of those people who wants to eat Pokemon? You mean like the people who live in the world of Pokemon?
Grease? Oh, shoot, I know him. I run the stables in town. My name's Mosey.
And Cal. This is BD1.
What are you, cute little droid?
It's good to see a friendly face.
Likewise. Well, path seems clear from here. Shouldn't get in any trouble. Let's go looking for it. Oh, and say hey to Domodendra when you get in town. She
What would you call that weapon she's holding, chat?
We understand. Thanks for the advice, Mosey.
Bet.
Like I just like got a stick and I like bolted a knife to it. It's like a bayonet but without the gun. I'm trying. Wow, this level is very big. Long shiv, a long shiv. I believe that is what you would just call a bayonet with more words. Tape some scissors. Oh yeah, the best way of improving any weapon, just tape some scissor blades onto it. Wait, do I get to ride this?
Hey, didn't expect to see you so soon.
Thought I'd check out the stables.
Well, these ain't it. I'm just tending Brutus here. He's an echo. Stable's down yonder in town, and if you find a beast you want saddled, drop on by.
I'll keep an eye out, Mosey. Thanks.
Your lightsaber would be a real weapon if you tape scissors to it. Where would you tape them though? Just the handle? You know, I've read about people who've worked out the math in a lightsaber. If you actually held this thing anywhere near you, you would melt. Just from the heat of like a plasma, like from that close to you, you just like catch on fire and die. And if you stabbed anyone with it, it would likely cause a steam explosion that would kill both of you. Because it would like instantly vaporize the water around it and just like kaboom. Sounds like a skill issue. So I want someone to like make that, like just make that like someone needs to make just like a fan film of like real lightsaber. Like they turn it on, their arm catches on fire, and then they're screaming, and then they like stab someone with it, and that person explodes in a steam explosion. It doesn't even have to be long. Fan films have been weirder, after all. They could do it. You just find a beard and a chest. That's how it works in real life, right? I've been trying to find one for years. Had no luck. If you manage the heat, radiation will give you every kind of cancer. Would plasma cause radiation? I mean, it's possible. I I mean, plasma is just like really hot, really hot gas is all it is, right? Force cancer. No one dies from cancer in sci-fi, especially Star Wars. You know, would make a nuke more deadly. Scissors, exactly. Shrapnel, you know. I need scissors. You know what the creepy thing is? You could actually make a convincing AI now of the Colonel from Metal Gear Solid 2 when he's going nuts. I've already seen people actually like do it, but manually, using like a voice cloner, and then just using GPT to write the script.
Check it out, PD.
Chad, do you think Jedis would be banned from the Olympics in the old Star Wars universe? Because I feel like it'd be an unfair advantage. Actually, are they banned, or like Force users banned from sports in general? Base Olympics. What are you? Oh, these are. A Bromlick. I see. When approach, these spines that cover a Bromlick's entire spherical body extend outwards. Living tumbleweeds, that's one way of describing them. Assuming I could jump into the water and survive from here, but I want to look around more. We got those. Don't look, that thing it looked like it just gave me. That looks like those like candies you get for Halloween. They're like little. Here's a little bunch of little tabs of multicolored powdered candy. Sweet tarts or something. Like, oh yeah. No, it's a paint scheme. Would the Force be a sex offender? What? Since Anakin had no fun. I don't know. Yeah. Does the Bible have any answer to that question? Since Mary never asked to have, you know, Jesus, God was like, yeah, you're gonna have a baby. I guess the answer would be the same there, right? These are the questions you're never supposed to ask about this kind of stuff. Oh, I just circled back around. Okay.
Look at this little guy.
Imagine being scared of something so fluffy.
Oh, closer. Maybe I should have jumped off that ledge and checked out that area. This is a big area, so we're only gonna play for a little bit longer. We'll get to that checkpoint down there. That seems like a good stopping point. Because this looks like it's another couple hours of gameplay, because it goes all the way over there. And I'm actually, well, it's already past midnight, actually, never mind. Jedi should be able to cancel fall damage. It's gonna be one of those powers like that Qui-Gon be like, I wish I could. Remember Mark Hamill telling a story about how he was worried his hair was wet in one scene? And drawing another, Harrison Ford told him, if people watching this movie notice that, we're in big trouble. He didn't yet understand what Star Wars fans would become, did he?
Stop resisting. Stop. Resist. I have sustained.
In fact, I wonder if Star Wars fans, it could be considered like the first like fandom that ever became like, I don't know, what would you describe it as? Dedicated to that degree? Maybe Lord of the Rings, I don't know. I don't know what Lord of the Rings fandom was like before, you know, the movies came out. Because I never actually, weirdly, I'd never even heard of Lord of the Rings until the movies got announced. Infatuated? Well, I use the kinder word, dedicated. But yeah, sure, you can use those words if you want. Obsessed, overinvest. Yeah, those are all, you know, fine descriptions of it. Devout. Where's the safe way fucking down? Is it really over here? It is. The fact that Jedi is a religion should answer your question. Exactly. Pretty sure Harrison Ford is one of those people that really hates to have anyone come up to him anyways. And probably doubly so if it's about anything Star Wars related. How do I get over there? Oh, that the rope shit. But they run around on booms? Quidditch? You know, scan that junk pile. Yeah, Warlord standards. If I met Harrison Ford, I'd ask him stuff about Indiana Jones instead, and if I met Mark Hamill, I'd talk to him about his VA work. Thing is, I can't think of anything that Harrison Ford would be happy to answer about. He just seems like he's a very grumpy man, and always has kind of been. I mean, to each their own. You're allowed to be grumpy for whatever, but it seems like he's like I don't know. Personally, I'd ask him about his role in, you know, Cowboys and Aliens.
Let's mix it up.
Or about all the planes he keeps crashing. Who is this Harrison Ford? Is that a serious question or just like you know, memeing? Because I figured you of all people know who that. I mean, yeah, you have to. There's no way you don't know. Then again, if you actually pretended like you didn't know him, he'd probably be happy about that. Like, oh, finally, someone I don't have to, like, you know, have expectations for. I've actually heard that a lot of, you know, big Hollywood stars are, like, thrilled when they meet someone, they don't know who they are. It's like, oh, finally. I can imagine that, yeah. It's probably as exhausting. I mean, I wouldn't want someone just walking up to me like they know me. That's kind of like the price you pay when you're famous, though. not sure I want to spin this point in. Go and recognize you at a dispensary, like the one place to. Like, I'm just trying to like buy weed, alright? You think Jedi smoke space weed? Well, yes. Why wouldn't they? Of course they do.
Keep moving, buddy.
They just don't, you know, tell the younglings about it. So they think they have a special council room for. Chat, I think we're gonna end it there for the night. Sorry, no big bombastic finish for tonight, but feels like we got a long way to travel in this area. But I'll be back tomorrow. If you guys want to check in, we'll play some more of it. I'm really sleepy too. You've all been wonderful tonight. Thank you for joining me, by the way. Appreciate it. Also, thank you for any subs, gift subs, regular subs, all that stuff. Thank you. Also, bits too. Thank you for your patronage. Also, thank you to the mod team. I really need to get something to drink soon. Thank you to the mod team. Thank you guys for being chill. You finished Dead Island? No, we'll be getting back to that after I finish this game. Probably got at least 2 streams of that left. So, chat. It's late. I recommend bedtime, depending on your time zone. Me, that's what I'm going to try to get ready for. But I'll see you all tomorrow. If you're new here, please hit the follow button. And if you want to join my Discord, you can type in the Discord code in chat. Or you can scroll down and click on the Discord banner. I will see you all tomorrow. Peace out, everybody.